Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 8th of March, 2022. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. A agenda has been circulated. Would there be any additions or deletions to that agenda? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Melhoff, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried, thank you. That brings us to item 3, adoption of the minutes. That was circulated. Were there any errors or omissions in that? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt that as circulated. Councillor Swanson. And any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. So that brings us down to item number 4, and that is with our Planning and Development Department, and it's first reading of Bylaw 1116/22 for application to amend the land use bylaw, and I'll turn it across to Mr. Bisson.
All right, well, thank you very much, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, Council. Rooster's Building and Agricultural Supply currently holds title to Plan 052-2748, Block 1, Lot 1, which is part of the Southwest 32-35-4, containing 9.88 acres. The subject land is located approximately 8 miles southeast of the village of Caroline along Range Road 4-5. Walter Tarnowski, on behalf of the business, has made application to redesignate 9.88 acres from the light industrial district back to agriculture within the proposed parcel. In December of 2004, the property owner at the time, Harriman Lumber and Construction, made application to rezone 9.5 acres from agriculture to light industrial to separate the existing business from the agricultural operation that was located on the remainder of the quarter section. On February 8, 2005, County Council granted second and third reading to the proposed redesignation of the land. And on February 10, 2005, the Municipal Planning Commission approved the creation of a 9.5 acre light industrial parcel. The new purchasers who are here today intend to move their current farming operation to the subject lands. Their farming operation would see them raise goats and chickens on the property, as well as to operate an orchard. The whole proposal really is just simply a farm-to-table type business. All of the products being produced from the property are then sold at farmers market. It is their intent to one day operate a farm gate store on the subject lands. The purchasers have no intent of using the property for industrial purposes, and the purchasers are having some issues getting financing for the subject lands due to the light industrial zoning. The property contains a hay shed, 2 livestock shelters, a barn, 3 shops, an office, and 1 ancillary building that's currently used in conjunction with the current business operating on the property. The property also contains a residence and garage. Legal and physical access to the subject lands is by way of Range Road 4-5. Surrounding land uses within the area are residential and agricultural. Therefore, this application to rezone the subject land back to agriculture therefore this application is to rezone the subject lands to agriculture as shown on Schedule A of the bylaw. As we move into planning directions, MDP Policy 3.2 Part 5, we want to encourage the diversification of the local economy. 8.1.2, promote locally appropriate economic development. 8.2.1, encourage the retention and expansion of existing businesses and industry. And 8.2.3, encourage the development of agribusiness within the county where the following criteria is met. Legal and physical year-round access. The property is serviced in accordance with provincial regulations. The development is located in a manner which minimizes any potential impacts on the natural capital and agricultural operations. 12.2.4, the county will consider, when evaluating an application to develop lands, the impact on adjoining and adjacent nearby lands, impact on natural capital and agricultural operations, impact on the environment, scale and density, and any county responsibilities that may result from the development. The county's land use bylaw, I've included the general purpose of the agricultural district for you to review there. Section 13.4, Part 1C, discretionary uses allowed in this district only where incidental and subordinate to the principal use of the lands contained in the current title. And you can see number 11 is a market garden, which would essentially include a farm gate store type operation. Section 13.4, Part 1D, acceptable lot sizes. Really, it's just it's up to the development authority on the sizes of an ag parcel. I've also included the country residence ag district. The general purpose of that district is for residential use. And then the acceptable lot sizes of the CRA district as well. And as you can see there, the max size is 7 acres. So this the existing parcel would be too big to fit in that CRA district. Policy considerations. The subject property was rezoned and subdivided to separate the lumber and construction business from the ag operation that is located on the remainder of the quarter section. The business is planning to relocate their operation into the village of Caroline. The purchasers are proposing to use the property for their existing agricultural operation. The proposed redesignation will have significantly less impact on surrounding lands than any industrial operation would have. The parcel size is more conducive to the ag district than it would be to the CRA district. So as for our recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1116-22 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dustin. Any questions for the development officer? Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Tax rates for agricultural parcels versus light industrial. What would the annual taxes be? What's the difference, like the annual taxes in a?
There would be a difference there. I do see we have our assessment department here. Perhaps they would like to chime in. Oh.
Morning, Council. So the rates for farmland is 2.6 per thousand, and rates for light industrial are 7.9 per thousand.
And that's 7.9% per $1,000 of land value? Or property value?
Yeah, 7.9 cents per thousand.
7.9 cents per thousand, and that's for the value of the property, right?
Yes,
Okay.
for the value of the property.
Yep.
Farmland is also assessed differently than industrial. Farmland is assessed through the province. The province assesses it based on productivity that's based on the type of soil, and there's a whole formula how the province comes up with an assessment for farmland. So a farmland assessment would be different than an industrial assessment.
Supplementary?
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Just might be a little bit too long-winded of a question for right now, but an example of what would the current taxes be as light industrial versus what would it be in the future if it was approved and redesignated as an agricultural parcel?
Yeah, I don't have that information available right now, and I wouldn't be able to give you the farmland tax amount because I wouldn't know until the province let me know what the assessment was for that piece of land for farm, because like I said, the province has a whole different formula. It's not based on market value or anything. It's based on the productivity of the agricultural land.
Okay, I thought maybe there would be some similar parcels or something.
Yeah, it'll be quite a bit less.
Okay.
It'll be quite a bit less if it's zoned agricultural than if it's light industrial.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Are we aware of any remediation or cleanup that needs to be done to transition from industrial to ag?
Not to my knowledge. That would be up to the purchasers of the property to request that information if they felt it necessary. From my knowledge, the property was used just for the storage of lumber and building products in the past. So I don't know that there would be any significant contamination on the property that way.
If I could add to that, Councillor, we also will be circulating the application to agencies and adjacent property owners, so any red flags will come up at that time.
Councillor Cermak first.
On the first there, it says you're taking 9.88 acres from light industrial and you're moving it to 9.5 acres. Where'd the 0.38
Sure.
acres go?
So the property size is 9.88 acres. That is what is being rezoned, the entire amount. What was approved back in 2005 was a 9.5 acre parcel. What typically happens with MPC for industrial or ag parcels is the parcel size can vary a little bit and change a little bit when the final survey comes in. And so what was approved was a little bit bigger than what was actually approved by the Planning Commission.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councillor Swanson.
Morning. I'm pleased that this is going back. I mean, I have been a client down there and I'm driving down the dusty roads and everything else to get, it was a great niche when it first started. So I see the viability of moving it to closer to a center like Caroline. And so anyways, yeah, good on the repurposing and creating a market, an ag market. I think that's awesome. And yeah, I'm not sure if the new owners are coming into our county or just relocating within the county. But I think it's this is a great way to ensure that our ag is staying in force. So I'm pleased to make the motion once the discussion is done.
Any further? Oh, yes, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. I would agree with what Councillor Swanson just said as well, but I think it's a very appropriate area to have this in, knowing that there are berry farms nearby and everything too, and I think it'll be awesome.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then back to Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious how much of this is viable ag. It looks fairly industrialized if you look at the overhead. It's a lot of buildings. Like, how much of it is actually ag, like available ag land?
So absolutely, that's a good question. Perhaps, Alana, would you mind scrolling down to the map on the screen? The aerial photo, actually. Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of buildings on this property. I would argue that most of those buildings could be converted to raising animals, and I believe that's more their purpose than, I guess, having a grazing operation or other types of farming operations on the property. So
For sure, ag can take many forms.
exactly,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Yeah, so this is to be a much more common, I didn't realize that this was that common for parcels to be sized and designated as light industrial, and then in the future to go back to the agricultural. But to me, it sort of seems a little bit misleading when it says it's going to go back to agriculture. That almost it sort of sounds like all the fences are gonna be taken down and you're gonna be able to go through with an air seeder and a cultivator and it's gonna go back to actual productive agricultural land. So it doesn't really fit. The 7 acres is the largest agricultural parcel for an acreage, is that right?
That's right, for a CRA acreage,
Right.
that's correct.
So,
The next designation would be intensive agricultural, which you would have to see 20 acres there before you could rezone the property to intensive ag. So that's why we suggest just going back to agricultural.
yeah, it does seem a little bit misleading, because it seems, when I first heard it, sitting here as a councillor, I didn't realize this, but it does seem, there's been quite a few of these situations that have come through council.
This is the second one that I've seen in my time here, so.
Yeah, and me, as I'm getting more and more aware of this, and I look throughout the county, I've seen it I've seen it where there has been more of these cases. I thought it was sort of a one-off, random, the first one I'd seen, but it seems to be more of a common practice where you can get that larger acreage or parcel size than, over the 7 acres, you can go to 10 or 15, 20, maybe 25, right? And then in the future, you go back and reduce it back to agricultural to get the lower taxes. There was also one little article that I wrote, and it was in RD News now. I think it was published in May of 2020. But there was one sentence added to it that it said there would be it wouldn't allow for the sale of agricultural products from the parcels. But in this, it says all the products being produced on the property will then be sold at farmers markets.
That's right.
But I was just wondering if there was any clarification.
So I believe what you're referring to was the proposed land use bylaw amendment from 2020. That was referring more to the CRA parcels. We don't mind people selling things from the property, like eggs and stuff to their neighbors. We just don't want a full-on farming operation selling cattle and a lot of products from a CRA or a country residence ag parcel. In this case, it is being zoned agricultural. They're selling it off-site, so there'll be less of an impact to adjacent landowners.
What would the less impact be?
There wouldn't be anybody coming to site at this time. If they do, like I know I put in the document that it is their intent to one day operate a farm gate store from the property. If they were to do that, they would require separate development approval to operate that.
Okay, that answers my questions for now, thanks.
Okay, any further questions or comments? I guess what we need here, what I'm looking for is a motion to consider, or motion for first reading, and then we would move into a public hearing at a later date. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, so I will move the staff recommendation that council grant first reading to the bylaw 1116/22 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Councillor or Deputy Reeve Northcott.
I apologize, just for some clarity, for the first reading, this will be able to be issued to the public so that they'll be aware of this, and then
That's right.
thank you very much.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. That takes us down to item 5, and more specifically item 5.1, which is the 2021 Clearwater County Assessment Data Report. And I see Rob is joining us, so welcome.
Good morning, Reeve Lougheed and Council. I'm Rob Kotchen. I am the Assessment Manager here in Clearwater. And this is my time of year to come and present you with the updated information from my department. So because this is a lot of your first time, a lot of you dealing with this issue, I will go slow. And if any questions pop up as I'm speaking, or you're not sure of anything, please chime in and we'll deal with it at that time. Oh, is this mine? Okay, I don't even know how, does it just use it there? Oh, forward, okay. Okay, so the 2021 assessment data. So each year, the valuation date is July 1st each year for the province. And what happens is the assessment values are reviewed and property sales analyzed from July 1st from the previous year. So you can see for the 2020 assessment value, we've picked up sales from July 2020 up to July 2021. And based on these sales, it tells us where the market is going and what influence we have to apply for the 2021 assessment values from the prior year. And in actuality, it's not just the 1 year. Basically, the province is reviewing a 3-year moving average. So we're picking up a current year and we're dropping the oldest year in the analysis done by the province each year. So once these numbers are in the system, I review them and we basically look at that 3-year trend line. And if it's telling us that the sale values are going up, like they have been in Clearwater, then that trend gets applied. It's a mass assessment of all property within Clearwater to reflect the changes for that new year that we're taking into account. So basically these values for the 2021 year have been influenced by an abundance of new construction projects throughout the county. And just in the last 6 months of 2021 and up to the present time, we're seeing that trend is continuing in that market sales in Clearwater are continuing to increase based on these sales. So each property may contain multiple codings such as farmland, residential, non-residential, or exempt status. These values are determined based on the mass assessment that I just described. And based on that trend that I apply to the assessments for the entire county, the provincial audit is reviewing those, and the parameters are basically plus or minus 5% of that sales trend. So in order for each municipality, each assessor in each municipality to pass their audit, those values, those sales must reflect that plus or minus 5% that are applied to all the assessments in the county. So that's how the province tests the assessors to make sure that we're doing our jobs correctly.
Ms. Sirhan.
Yeah, I just want to add to Rob's explanation there about the properties contain multiple assessment codes. So often we'll say, oh, that's a residential parcel or that's a non-residential parcel, but in reality, most parcels are multiple. They're not just residential or they're not just non-res. Most parcels have a component with a house on it that's assessed at a residential well, it has a residential assessment and therefore taxed at a residential rate. And then there is a non-residential or a farmland assessment on the balance. And then that assessment for that particular piece of the property is taxed at a non-res or a farmland rate. So it's complex to call a parcel a farm parcel or a residential parcel. It really, in the tax world, there's no such thing really. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, and Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. What would be considered exempt status?
That would be for buildings that are used in a farm business. So any farmer that has buildings to store equipment or store agricultural products, those buildings are assessed, but they're giving a code that makes them exempt from tax. And that's based on the regulations in the MGA, the MGA and accompanying regulations in regard to farm property. Other properties that may contain an exempt coding would include nonprofit businesses that make application to us. We have approximately 24 nonprofit businesses that apply for their exemption. They are reviewed to make sure that they meet the standards set by the province, and if they do, they are approved for exempt status. So we have a special coding for those type of properties. I can think of a few, like there's youth camps in rural areas where they go out in the summer for YMCA, for instance, or Alexo camp towards Nordegg. So there's various groups, nonprofit groups that operate camps or other types of properties like that, and if they qualify based on the regulations, they are given that exempt status. And those are reviewed on a 3-year basis. That's our cycle that we generally review them and make sure that they're still running the same operation and still qualify under the provincial guidelines.
Thank you.
Oh. Pardon me? So yeah, just as I was mentioning, we are reviewed by the Provincial Audit staff, and the staff, once I declared the values in the to the province a couple of weeks ago, I did have discussion with our auditor, and he reviewed the numbers, and they were approved, and so we've passed the initial audit standard. So the assessment data is used as the basis for determining our tax rates. So the assessment year is always 1 year prior to the taxation year. So therefore, we will be comparing like the 2021 assessment data with the 2020 data so that you can see the changes that have occurred to the assessment values, and those 2021 assessment data values will be used for the Finance Department to propose tax rates for your consideration in generating the revenue, the annual revenue, operating revenue for the county. Now, overall, our assessment base increased just under 3%, 2.91%, and all market sectors had an increase in 2021. Now, in 2018, we did contract with a company, Accurate Assessment Group, to assist us in the valuation of all our designated industrial properties. And these are mainly located on our provincially owned crown lands within our jurisdiction. Now, AAG, they're contracted to inspect and record changes that have occurred each year. So they have their own inspectors that are out in the field and updating the data, and they do their own reporting to the province and must meet the similar provincial standards each year to make sure that that data is accurate. Right now, our contract with them has been extended. It was going to end at the calendar year, end of 2022. However, they have been extended another 3 months, and that time the province is expected to take full responsibility for all the assessments of these type of properties, similar to the way the province controls the linear assessment. So here are the classifications of our property, and I've just broken it down and kept it very simple here. Farmland is regulated by the province as far as the assessment value, and that applies to the entire province. And then you can see the jump in our residential, and then a larger jump in our non-residential properties. And the two bottom numbers, you can see the linear, which is mainly, or I will have a further explanation on what defines linear and dip properties. But there's our overall numbers, as you can see.
Councillor Melhoff, but I might first have a question. Noticing a drop in the assessed value of farmland, that is something mandated by the province or set by the province then?
That's correct. Farmland in Alberta is regulated at $350 an acre for land, or $450 if it's irrigated. And that's the standard. And then the regulations allows or applies, basically the land is looked at for class, soil, depth of soil, stoniness, various factors that affect the land. And it's all classed, and that gets So that the base starts at 350 an acre, and then it gets adjusted based on the actual quality of each farm property. So the reason that we're dropping in farmland value is that from year to year, we are having land that is no longer being farmed for various reasons. So that value is dropping just based on what's going on in the county right now. So I do inspections each year, and as I go out and see, like, much of our farm property people are in the older age bracket, such as myself, and it gets tough to farm. It's not an easy job to do. So for various reasons, either people are not having someone carry on that farming operation, or that farm land is being converted to other uses. So if it's no longer being farmed, then it reverts to a market value as either vacant recreation land, or it's just not used in a farming operation anymore.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll have another question.
Thank you, Reeve. How does the extension of the AEG consultants affect our budget? Like, I'm assuming that that's been extended and affecting our budget.
The way it works is we have a contract where they have asked for it's a contract that we signed at the time in 2018, 3 years, and it had 2 option years, because the province is slowly taking over the responsibility of that assessment, similar to the way the province does all the linear valuation for every municipality in the province at this point. But they didn't have the staff that had the knowledge base to do the DIP assessment values. So for the larger municipalities such as ourselves, and I believe there's maybe a dozen or so other municipalities that have not been taken over by the province yet, the province allows us to have that work done, and then the province reimburses us, Clearwater, to pay for that, our contract with AAG. And so at this point, they were planning, like, the province is always budgeting to take over the whole process. But these larger municipalities such as ourselves, such as Yellowhead, such as municipality of Wood Buffalo, the complexity of those properties is very difficult to take over. So and because of COVID, it kind of threw them back a bit off their timelines. So they give us an update on a regular basis of what their plan is, and right now they've just requested that 3-month extension to the current contract, and that's all we know at this point. So the province is working towards it. We just don't know the exact timeline that they're going to be able to take that process over.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And I'll go to Ms. Serhan.
Just wanted to maybe point out some stuff about the farmland assessment. So you can see there in 2020, it was 56 million. So that's the value of the entire ag land in Clearwater County. And it's dropped to 56, it's dropped 415,000. So is that 2/4 of land, or is that, I don't know. Well, that would be market value, but that's not how, obviously that's not how ag land is assessed from the province, right? So maybe market value for a quarter of ag land is only 12,000, I don't know. But some of the land value likely dropped, but also some of the acres likely dropped, right?
And I guess before I go to Deputy Reeve Northcott, there is no allowance within that assessment for any of those improvements related to agriculture, such as fences or buildings or anything like that. That isn't really accounted for because those are exempt, I believe, are they?
Well, we don't get into too much to the fencing or that amount of detail. We're looking at farm buildings, and we have a minimum size of building that we're going to start assessing, which is 150 square feet. That's my policy that I've set, is we're not looking at any each little small shed or that is on any type of property, whether it's a farm property or a residential property. So that's our starting point before we add structures or improvements to the assessments.
Okay. And Deputy Reeve Northcott, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I just think it was an interesting comment there that it sounds like there's farmland that's no longer being farmed and stuff, but I think in my personal experience, I've actually, in the last few years, seen more. I've seen pastures being broke up with current commodity prices. They're really actually quite good right now. So I've seen actually the opposite. I've seen when people get elderly, they've actually rented out their land. I've seen actually people clear actually some more trees and stuff like that. They've worked and cultivated more pastures up that weren't normally, you know, they would be more pasture, but they have broke it up. So I've actually seen it completely that opposite. But I was just wondering if you had some examples or maybe some vacant land that I know it's hard to buy on the market, and it's most often it's usually rented out quite quickly and usually for long-term rentals too. But
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. My problem is that I haven't been to even probably a fraction of all the farm properties that are out there, because to review a farm property that's just a vacant farm property is not my top priority. I have to go out to, I have a certain priority I have to set, and there's lots of farm parcels that I come across in the county right now that haven't been reviewed in 10 or 15 years. Because if they're vacant farmland and there's no change, so we're not reviewing them. So the ones that I'm seeing are just the ones that have been developed. Like, I'm not sure, like, what you're saying is those properties would still be farmed, so they were already classed as farm, and just because if it's been done by a neighbor or a family member, that property is still considered part of the farmland category. But again, I'm still working, like the province mandates us to get to every property once every 5 years. And I know that I'm struggling to get to that level of inspections. It's in the regulations, like you're supposed to get out to 20% of the properties in your county each year. And I'm struggling to get to those because I have a limited, myself and one employee to look at the entire county, and you can just look at a map and see how large we are. And so I'm looking at new construction, looking at work, there's projects that are in progress from year to year. We review, we try and get out to those. So I'm trying to stay current with everything that's out there and get to them, and eventually we will get to them. It's just a matter of timing and resources and hoping that we can. I'd like to be able to look at every property in the county at least once, so that I know that we've had a good review of it. It's just a difficult task for me at this point.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I just want some clarification around the farmland values. I would assume that farmland has continued to increase in price. And I'm wondering if these numbers are adjusted for that. No?
No, like farmland is regulated by the province. So all farmland in the province is set at that $350 an acre. That's the starting point to assess farmland. So farmland value does not reflect any market value. Even though they're like farms are constantly being sold, bought and sold throughout the province and in Clearwater, those values are not reflected in the assessments.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, Council. I just wanted to circle back to Councillor Melhoff's question regarding the budget. So the budget that Council approved for 2022, the operating budget, included a full year contract fees for AAG to do the work on behalf of the county and provincial assessor. It also included a full year of funding, grant funding from the government to cover those costs. Our projections for 2023 include the 3 months that we know about today, both the cost and the revenue. If that situation changes and the provincial assessor asks us to extend the contract further, then we will bring either a budget amendment forward or build it into the budget, depending on when we might receive that information, to again reflect the most current and accurate information that we have available for you.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you for the clarification, I appreciate it. Can we not, if we don't have the DIP assessments done, then are we not able to tax those properties to those assessments? Like if it drags out will we not be able to get the taxes from those dip properties?
That really doesn't have a bearing on it. Those assessments are being done, will continue to be done. It's just a question of who's doing them.
Okay,
So the provincial assessor is responsible for all designated industrial property assessments. But as Mr. Cochin pointed out, they don't have the staffing to accommodate that at this time. They are working on getting to that point and getting those resources. So in the meantime, they have what they call a hybrid situation where they contract with us to either provide those services for them directly, or we contract to provide those services for them. So it would really just be a change in relationship. It wouldn't be any change in service level. Right now, all of that work is being done by our contractors. The work would continue to be done. So there is no missing assessment whatsoever, and I don't anticipate that there would be.
thank you.
Oh, one more question?
No, go ahead,
Oh,
please.
okay. Okay, so we've covered the assessment values, and I'll just give a brief explanation now of what these values are. So for linear property, that consists of wells, pipelines, electric power generation, telecommunications, a railway, and cable distribution. Now, all these assets below ground are included in these linear assessment values. And the province provides these numbers to all municipalities for linear property. Now, the DIP properties are defined as land improvements and facilities regulated by the Alberta Energy Regulator, National Energy Board, or the Alberta Utilities Commission. So in general terms, linear consists of a lot of the assets below ground, and DIP picks up all the asset values above ground that you see throughout the province. Now, the provincial assessor works with municipalities, contractors, and the regulation authorities to prepare these annual DIP assessments. And the province is currently transitioning the assessment of DIP properties under their jurisdiction. However, we have not been annexed yet, and the province anticipates adding our jurisdiction in 2023. So we've kind of gone over what the province is trying to do and what they're working towards. So our linear and DIP property makes up approximately 73% of our total assessment base. And the provincial tax incentives and higher oil prices have triggered new oil and gas activity, which increased our assessment values over the prior year. Now, the 2021 increases in DIP and linear values do not include assets that qualify for the new provincial 3-year tax vacation on new wells and pipelines. So this incentive applies to the assessment years 21, 22, and 23 for consideration of tax years 22 to 24. Now, these tax holiday assets have been valued at just over $65 million for the 2020-21 assessment by the province. And the province has reported those numbers to us so that we can track it and be aware of them for the future. Now, this value can be looked at as deferred income since these assessment values will become taxable in the year 2025. Now, we've also had a large increase in residential and business development throughout the county, and Nordig has been the major driver of this activity.
Councillor Swanson?
I'm curious because of that provincial 3-year tax vacation, and you've outlined it very good that, you know, we have the ability to it becomes taxable in 2025, but there's no promise to the municipalities that that holiday won't continue, right? So at this point in time, it hasn't been based, I would just say, like on the price per barrel of oil. It's just been a promise by the provincial government for this, correct?
This was a political decision, so it was decided by the ruling party at this time of what they were trying to do to help the oil and gas industry moving forward. And of course, the political situation could change in 3 years, so we have no way, there's no guarantee. It's just depending on whatever the current provincial party in charge decides. So that was when we're just providing the information that when they announced that program, and that's all we can go on at this point.
And I would have a short question on that as well before I go to Councillor Melhoff. those linear and dip properties, of course, are able to be depreciated. When this holiday is on, are those properties still able to be depreciated?
So based on what I know, and if this situation remains the same when, up to the in another 3 years, then I'm assuming the assets that were determined, the asset value determined this year or 2021 by the province would reflect 3 years of depreciation. And then assets that come online in 2022, 2 years depreciation and so on, so that they would reflect their current value based on the actual age. So any of those 2021 wells making up the, wells and pipelines making up that $65 million at present would reflect the value of a the depreciated value in the future, is what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just trying to
Yeah.
visualize whether this pot is getting smaller as time goes on, and I think.
Yeah, it took me
think I
some
have.
time to think about it, but it's logical that, yeah, you can't value something that came on, that cost a certain dollar amount in 2021. You can't just move it forward 3 years and say it's the same value. So it would be dependent on the current, or whatever regulations are in place at that time, and the linear department would make that determination. So those values are controlled by the province, and I'm sure they're constantly working with stakeholders, which involves, like, the oil and gas companies have a say, and then provincial policy at that time will determine how they're going to treat those assets.
Thank you for that. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So the tax holiday, so if they built it in 2021, they get the 3 years off. If they built it in 2022, do they also get 3 years off, or is that now 2 years off? So it's a 3-year window, and if they built it in 2023, it's a 1-year
Yeah.
window?
It's a declining, yeah, each year it's separate, it's 1 year off. So yeah, 2021, 3 years, 2022, 2 years, and 2023 would be 1 year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so no further, I see no further questions,
Go
so
ahead,
I'll
please.
go to the next slide. Small business. So in December 2019, I brought the small business assessment subclass to the council to create a separate rate for our local businesses. The province at that time had introduced this new legislation and made it available to be used anywhere throughout the province. And so for the 2021 assessment year, we currently have 168 roles with a total value of just over $56 million qualified for this small business status. So the legislation limits the maximum benefit that council can apply to these properties at 25% less than the regular non-res rate, tax rate. And Clearwater Council in the past has used that maximum deduction allowed by legislation to benefit our small business owners throughout the county. So I have been promoting this constantly when I come across anyone that is running a small business in Clearwater, and it's been well received in the community, and people do appreciate it, even though it's not, it is something, like, even for each small business owner, whether they're paying $1,000 in tax or $200 in tax, any kind of discount you can get on an annual bill is appreciated. And so we've taken advantage, or I've taken advantage of that to help kind of get to introduce myself to the community and say, like, a lot of times when I roll onto properties, the first thing they say to me is, "Oh, you're here to raise my taxes." I'm there. No, I'm the assessor. I have nothing to do with taxes. I'm here to make sure that what you're paying is fair and equal compared to similar properties throughout the county. And that's one of the things that I've worked hard on when I've met ratepayers each year that I've been here now. And I think we are slowly breaking down that assumption or maybe misinterpreted part of this job is yes, I'm the assessor, and yes, my assessment values will help determine what taxes you pay each year. But I'm not here to punish anybody. I'm here to make sure that everybody just pays a fair amount and the least amount possible under the legislation is what I always tell people. And I always say this is a transparent process. One of the things we are working on is, you might see this in other municipalities, is the assessment values are public numbers. So in other municipalities, you might see an assessment map that you can go to and look up any property within that jurisdiction and see what the current assessment is on that property. And we are working towards that, to have that available for the 2022 mail-out that we're going to be doing for our notices come end of May or early June. And I've been working with our GIS department to get that map ready, and I'm hoping this year that that will be online, available for all county residents to see that assessment value, so that, again, we're not trying to hide these numbers. We're trying to be fair and transparent so that the assessment values are out there. And that way, if people have any questions, I'm here all the time to educate people on how the assessment works and why the numbers are where they are. I can see I've got questions now.
Councillor Swanson, yes.
Oh, that's awesome that you're out and promoting the small business tax. So my question is, can you give us, I guess, a few examples of the types of businesses that could qualify for this that you've come upon?
Oh geez, we go the gambit from there. I've come across some new dog breeders in the county, dog kennels, dog groomers. Some people have hair salons that they've started within their house as a side business. We've got all our any businesses that are in a commercially zoned area are also eligible for this. The criteria is very simple, that as long as they have less than 50 employees and have a valid county permit to operate their business, they qualify. And the buildings out in Nordegg, there's Chickadee cabinet makers in our Nordegg Industrial. There's a few other businesses coming online. I believe the Coal Miners Cafe have purchased a lot in the Nordegg Industrial, and they were going to have some of their employees out there. All those businesses on the north side, such as the Chikachoo cabins, there's a couple of other cabin rental places that are actually building some new rentals there. The campgrounds that we have in the county, Rustic River, Wilderness Village, David Thompson Resort out in past Abraham Lake. Those are some of the ones just off the top of my head. Like I say, there's, and what I'm able to do is when these people come forward, and like it's a simple one-page application, and once it's reviewed and determined that they meet the criteria, the change is made retroactively. So the assessments that will be out when we do our first mail out can always be revised throughout the year to apply that reduced rate and give them that benefit immediately in the current tax year. So.
And Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. I sit on the Municipal Planning Commission, so we've had a lot of businesses been coming to us for legalization of their businesses in order to get this 25% reduction, which is great to see. But there's a lot of hoops to jump through sometimes in order to legalize a business, because you have to meet building code permits and fire code, et cetera, in order to do that. Now, is there any way that we can help with that process or make that a little bit smoother?
I understand, yeah, your point you're making, and I work with planning. It's kind of we work in conjunction with them to review the business permit part of it. And so when we do have businesses that come along and say, well, we would qualify other than I didn't get a permit to start my business. Some of these businesses have been operating for many years. And then when they look at what they have to do to get that permit, sometimes the costs outweigh the benefit. And I know I've had a few that have probably half a dozen, I can just think at the top of my head, that made the application, didn't have the business permit, spoke with planning, and then planning outlined what they were required to do in order to qualify, and they just decided not to go ahead. And in those cases, we just leave it alone then, because it's not up to me to tell them to go ahead, and if they have to spend so many dollars just to get this benefit. I mean, if they have to spend, you know, X more than the benefit, then it doesn't make any sense for them to go ahead and do that. So we leave it in the hands of each individual business owner, and like I say, that process is controlled by planning, because I don't have all the details on what is required. They do the review, and they work with the business owner at that point, and we just have an agreement to work together on this and put the information to the owner and leave it in their hands as to how they want to proceed.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
Sorry, thank you. Now, once we're aware that there is a non-compliant business within the municipality, what then? And that might be a planning question. I apologize if that's not a question for your department.
Yes, that is a planning
Okay.
enforcement question, and they are in control of what happens at that point.
Okay. Thank you.
And Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, Rob will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure, but this is another example of, you know, it's not necessarily a commercial property or a non-residential property. It could be a guy that has a welder business on and lives on that property, and it might be residentially zoned, and he runs a business out of there. So there is a certain portion of his assessment that's non-residential or commercial, and he would get the 25% discount on that portion that is being assessed at the commercial rate. Right? Yeah.
It's only that if it's a building, like if they're an auto repair place, that type of thing, we're just, the business assessment is only applying to that portion of the property that is actually used in the business. So that's where we go back to, there's multiple coding, there can be multiple coding on one property. And in a lot of cases, these small business owners either are working on their home, or they have their home on the property as well. So we apply the residential part to where they live, and the business part to where they operate their business.
Great,
Good.
continue on, please.
So, in conclusion, we can see that we've got an upward trend here in Clearwater that started a few years ago and is continuing that upward trend. Our oil and gas assets are also moving forward with projects. I know there's a pipeline that's going through right near where I'm living right now, so I know that pipeline has gone from north to south through our county, and it's helped us quite a bit with local businesses to support that project. And the result is our assessment base has increased, and we're probably going to be increasing again in 2022. So that's my presentation for today. Is there any further questions?
Well, thank you very much. I think it's been very informative. As a new council, we quite often have many questions, and I appreciate you answering them all. Really looking for a motion to receive this for information. Councillor Graham, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Serhan.
Flahi, thank you. I just wanted to make a note, or, you know, when I calculated the amount for if the rates are kept current for that small business class, Clearwater County's putting about $113,000 back in ratepayers' pockets for that 25% reduction.
Yeah, I think that's great that we've got some incentives there for small business. That's exactly what we want to, that's where our economic development, much of it comes from, and putting some supports in place seems to make sense to me. That brings us to item 5.2, and that's a communications plan update. And I'll go across the room to Georgitsa.
Good morning, Council. Thank you very much. The agenda item before you has a staff recommendation for council to review the current communications plan and provide input on any desired changes for the development of the 2022-2025 communications plan that supplements council's new strategic plan. As background for council, Clearwater County has a communications team of 2 individuals, myself and Alana McLean, and we provide strategic communication planning for the organization through a variety of services. We help support county's programs and services by offering research, brand identity, media relations, communications planning, development and maintenance of electronic communication channels, print material, corporate advertising, public engagement programs, etc. I will start the presentation with a Canva-hosted PowerPoint that includes analytics that describe how communication supported programs and services in 2021. In addition, there is an attachment to this agenda item, which is the 2020-2022 Communications Plan, which is a guidance document that outlines communications goals and proposes approaches and activities to achieve those identified goals. The purpose of this plan is to strategically link organizational communication to council's strategic plan. Following feedback from council and the direction from the finalized new strategic plan for 2022 to 2025, an updated communications plan will be brought to council at a future meeting for review and approval. This presentation will be organized into 4 components. The first part, I will be briefly extracting components from the current strategic communications plan. This was something that was approved by council, but I'll go into more detail in the following slides. The second component of the presentation will provide a brief overview of the newsletter, website, social media, and podcast analytics. And as background, analytics are essentially metrics that measure how well our content is performing. The third component will be discussing challenges and trends that we're currently experiencing right now because, as we all know, the world of communications and public relations is facing rapid change more now than ever before. And then I'll conclude the presentation with a plan for 2022, some of the new changes and proposals that we are planning for this year. In 2020, the Strategic Communications Plan was approved by Council, so this is an overarching broad strategy plan on how we will communicate to the public. To ensure that it remains relevant, it must be reviewed on an annual basis, and an annual report on the progress made forward to achieving these results is presented to Council at the beginning of each year. Council's strategic plan and the communications plan must be closely knit together in order to produce consistent key messages, communication outcomes, and evaluating messages. In order to track the progress on objectives and ensure that resources are being utilized efficiently, a variety of evaluation tools are necessary. These could include surveys, analytics, which I'll be explaining in the following slides, as well as other forms of evaluation tools. This plan reflects Council's vision and mission and is a living document, updated to reflect evolving strategic priorities and ongoing needs of the community. One of the biggest keys to success in communications is not just pumping a lot of information out to the public. It's about content marketing, which needs to be based on strategic action plans and pinpointed to key messages that target the audience that we are intending to communicate with, which then determines the best methods to connect with those audiences and the different mechanisms that we can choose. Some people may prefer print newsletters or newspapers, while others may gravitate towards a series of YouTube videos or Instagram stories. So we're constantly evaluating the different methods and analyzing what is working best. So in this current plan, we have 3 broad goals. The first goal is about understanding and cultivating awareness. So what we're trying to do is educate the public about Council's plans, decisions, policies, programs, and services. The third component is building relationships with our public, with businesses, internally and externally. And finally, the third component is about emergency preparedness. So throughout the year, if you follow our social media channels, we have a lot of different content about ensuring the residents know how to prepare a 72-hour emergency kit, sharing messages before severe weather is about to change, and so on. So really our goal at the end of the day is to ensure that people are prepared in the event of a major disaster or whatever that event might be. As with a lot of strategic plans, SWOT analysis are conducted, and we've done one for communications in the last few years. So this one was done in 2018-19 the beginning of the last council term. So some of those internal strengths and weaknesses I've briefly outlined here. So they include that we have great strength in our audience awareness, so that our community is aware of what's happening quite fast. We have multiple communication channels, so that could be our newsletter, our various online channels that we use. We've got good relationships with our media outlets, and there is an overall good desire for improved communications, striving to improve how we're communicating what we're doing. Some of our weaknesses is the depth of a topic that people are aware of. So understanding, for example, how bylaws are executed, how resolutions are done. That's still something that we're continuing to educate the public on. Or for example, if someone would like to be a delegation, we're looking at different ways on how to present that in an easy format for people to understand. If you would like to be a delegation, here are some tips to help you. The other weakness is that there's no really quantitative data to determine how effective the new communication strategy or item might have worked out, because analytics will show you the number of how many people you've reached and if they've liked it or shared it, for example, if it's online. However, you don't quite know if it's changed a behavior or action or perception in the public. That's quite difficult to determine. So that's more of a limitation to the analytics. Other limitations are resources in terms of costs of doing certain extra items, whether it could be enhancing software, enhancing technology, and etc. Some of the external components of under opportunities would include increasing media training for staff and council. That always helps and enhances our communication. Enhancing citizen engagement opportunities, so expanding how much we are sharing online and if it's engaging content. So creating, for example, a web page that's dedicated to public participation opportunities. That's something that we've been brainstorming the last few years, and we're still finding how to best put that together with the resources that we have. Other opportunities are enhancing how much online communication we're doing. So there's always growth in social media, website, and other new additions starting. So we're keeping our eyes out and researching what suits best for our community and our organization. And then other opportunities is continuing to strategically layer and outline what we're doing. So making sure that everything has a strategy behind it. Some of the threats, and these are not new to Clearwater County, they're common issues that are experienced by almost every communications department by municipality, and that's public relations issues. Some are known and some are unknown. It's difficult to predict how an outcome of a certain news release will be perceived in the community. Government distrust, that's something that I think globally, that's a challenge where people are not inclined to trust what is produced by the government. So we're trying to find different ways on relating to the public. Internet access, so because we're a very vast and diverse municipality, not all of our residents have reliable access to internet access to see all the online content that we're producing. And then lastly, communication costs. So this could be new product, software, printing material, and advertising. In the last 18 to 24 months, the cost of printing and advertising has gone up substantially. So that's always a challenge, is making sure that we're allocating enough budget for our communication needs. So overall, just to summarize the communications plan, is our goal is to build and maintain positive relationships, whether it's with adjacent municipalities, the public, businesses, all of our stakeholders. This is a brief overview of how we communicate. I will be going into a little bit more detail on some of these components, but just as a brief overview, so our website last year received over 300,000 page visits. We also have a mobile app that supplements the website, and that has had over 1,500 downloads. That's for both the Android and Apple devices. Our Facebook page, which is our primary social media channel, has had over 3,700 followers to date. Twitter, following Facebook, has had 1,600 followers. Instagram, which we're not using as we had intended last year, but we're changing strategies, which I'll go over in the next slides. And then same thing with LinkedIn. We'll be changing strategies for LinkedIn, but they're about from 1,000 to 170 followers for LinkedIn and 1,000 for Instagram. In the second half of 2021, we also issued Clearwater County's podcast, which has had to date 75 lifetime listens, and there are currently 6 series or podcasts available for download. Our YouTube channel has had 67 Clearwater County Council meetings recorded and live streamed, in addition to 49 videos uploaded. So these would include videos about promoting Clearwater County, economic development, tourism, and some of them were around David Thompson Country interviews that Jerry has had. The second row is highlighting our e-news, so that's our 730 subscribers through our website, so they would receive the county highlights newsletter, as well as any other posts or information that we would like to push out to the community. We also communicate through the newspaper. By legislation, we advertise 2 weeks prior to a significant date, whether it's due prior to when taxes are due or when certain public notices are required. So we publish in the Mountaineer, Western Star, and Sundry Roundup, depending on legislation. We also communicate safety messages through the radio at several times throughout the year. And then we also have the Facebook Messenger as a mechanism for people to ask questions or communicate with us. Finally, in the event of emergencies, we utilize Alberta Emergency Alert. We also have a plugin on our website, so any current alerts that are in Clearwater County active right now will be shown at the bottom right-hand corner, left-hand corner of our website. And then signs and posters, mostly road signs. These are the 7 entrance signs that the county installed last year. And then we have the County Highlights newsletter, which is issued 6 times a year, and I'll go into a little bit more detail about the variants that happened last year. And then finally, contribution to the visitor and communication guides. So we offer content for both of these publications once or twice a year, depending on their publication. You can certainly ask questions.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. You were talking about the newsletter in particular. You might not have the numbers in front of you, but how much does it cost to run that newsletter for one run?
An issue.
Like each issue? Because you said it's increased substantially.
If you just let me explain the slide, I think your answer might be answered. Your question might be answered. So the County Highlights newsletter started in 2013 with 2 issues annually, and over time it expanded to 6 issues as per council direction, which includes 1 larger publication of 48 pages per publication in the year in review issue in December and January at the end or beginning of the year. So last year we only had 4 issues that were published and distributed due to limitations with our communication staffing resources and the increased workload due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So this newsletter is mailed to approximately 5,200 households, and it's also available as e-news. It covers council meeting highlights, completed and upcoming projects or events, open house information, public participation opportunities, educational articles, and service level changes. The newsletter gives the county flexibility with publication dates and how content is laid out. From time to time, it may include a special edition issue. For example, the MDP review issue was published in August, September of 2020. So per issue, for printing approximately 5,200 newsletters, it's about $5,000 to $7,000. Okay. So our website is our communication hub of information and documents and forms. It's our central platform where we try to ensure that all relevant information is updated on the webpage, so residents can find timely information, it's accurate, it's reliable. We've got links at the very bottom to watch the live stream for council meetings, as well as view the agendas and minutes. We're always looking at ways to change some of the quick links that we have at the bottom screen, and as we get feedback either from staff or from the public, we're always making tweaks and enhancements. And it could be something as redesigning a particular department page or changing the location of how certain information is accessed. So this is just a quick snapshot of how the website has performed in 2021. It has had 84,000 users in the year and over 300,000 page views. Of that, we can see just under a quarter are returning users and over 75% are returning visitors. This is a really good sign. It means that we are getting a broader reach in our audience. So the more that we share the website link, whether it's in our newspaper articles, posters, publications, people are finding that it's a reliable location to go, and they're finding that the information is right there that they need. We also have the app that we promote through our newsletter, as well as online and any other mechanisms that we find would be relevant to capture that audience. Some other interesting statistics that we can get from the website is we can see demographics and interests. So of the users that use our website, we know that the majority of them fall around the 25 to 35 age range. And some of their interests in the bottom right-hand chart are pulled from their search engine history. So for example, sports, individual recreation opportunities, computer electronics, those are the biggest interest categories that these people that are using our website are into. This was just more of a for your information component. This is a comparison since we launched the new website in 2018. So we're seeing steady increase of our page visits. So the bottom green line is the first year when the new website was launched, and the top yellow line is the last year, 2021, and the increasing page views that we're getting. I'm going to just compare now the devices that people are using on the next slide. So the first column in this chart shows the 2017 statistics. When we had the old website, it was not mobile friendly. And when people were looking at our website from a device, it wasn't formatted to their screen resolution. So those numbers are quite low. But one of the biggest points that I want to highlight for council is that the breakdown of device uses has substantially increased in the last 5 years. So we're seeing desktops, for example, we had 56% of users were using desktops in 2017, and we're seeing 40% being used in 2021. Mobile devices were used about 35% in 2017, and now we're seeing over 55% usage in 2021. This is quite significant because we're having to cater our messages to those mobile users. So for example, when we're posting to social media, we're always thinking about creating a balance between the text and the visual aspect, making sure that's formatted to a screen. So if we're posting on Facebook, that ad or image needs to be sized for Facebook, different for Twitter, different for Instagram, different for LinkedIn, YouTube, etc. So we're seeing that trend continue to increase, and we're also seeing it in our analytics, which I'll show on the next few slides when I get into Facebook and Instagram. And then the bottom pie charts are talk about the channels through which people access our website. So in 2017, the majority came from organic search, but there was still a nice breakdown between direct, social, and referrals. So referrals are if there was a third party sharing our information, they would have a link to our website, people would access that. That's the yellow portion of the pie chart. In 2021, we're seeing that more than half are organic searches, meaning that people are directly typing in clearwatercounty.ca/whatever that URL short link might be, which is a great result, meaning that everything that we're publishing is being reliably searched and people are finding the information that they need. So I'm going to go over to social media. So social media, there are over several dozen different social media platforms that people can utilize and businesses. However, the county only utilizes Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Facebook is our dominant platform that we utilize. So we will share any uploaded videos, podcasts, council highlights, upcoming council meetings, any news releases, changes to service levels, or information that we'd like to know, we'd like the public to know. Currently, we have the Nordic exhibit renewal survey going on, and it started yesterday and it will expire on the 21st. So we'll be sharing that a lot more on social media over the next 2 weeks. And then on the right-hand side, we've got just a snapshot of Instagram. It hasn't been used as much in the last year just because the demographic is a lot younger. They're not interested in a budget news release, for example. So they're gravitating more towards tourism-related graphics and anything that has to do with traveling, exploring the outdoors.
Councillor Cermak has a question, I believe.
Yes, I'm going way back. I pushed my button quite a while ago.
Sorry about that.
I would like to go back to the newsletter.
Okay.
You said $5,000 to $7,000 to print these newsletters every 2 months.
That's correct.
That's just the printing? That's not sending them out or any research or anything you do?
I apologize, Councillor Cermak, I should have been more clear when I answered Councillor Melhoff's question. So that number includes printing, mailing, labeling, and it's the entire cost together.
So 5,000 to 7,000?
That's correct.
That's quite a range there, 2,000 for 2 months.
And just a point of clarification, so the reason why that varies is because we do a 32-page issue, 5 of the six issues. At the end of the year, when we do the year review, that's 48 pages. So it's a thicker publication, and that's an additional, it's 48 pages, so an additional over a dozen pages added to that.
So your average one is 5,000, the big one is 7?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I was just wondering because I'm not on social media, and I think a lot of people aren't in our county, and a lot of people do not have internet. Why do we not use newspaper? Does it just not reach the people, or what? Because I talked to the county of Mountain View, and their newspaper ads really reach a lot of people, and a lot of people look forward to it.
So I actually do have some background information. So Mountain View
Thank
County
you.
does publish in the Mountain View Albertan, formerly known as the Gazette. So they publish a centerfold 2-page spread every week at a cost of $18 a week. So that's annually $93,600 a year. From the feedback that I received from their communications team, they said that it's quite expensive for what they do get out of it. Sometimes they will go up to 4 pages a week if they have more content. But since this is their only local newspaper that their advertising bylaw requires them to publish in, it has been a practice for the past 11 years. So their advertising bylaw states that they advertise primarily online, and then newspaper is their secondary form of communication. Some residents are excluded who have mailboxes outside of Mountain View County, and their coverage is exceptional through the Mountain View Albertan newspaper with a full circulation of 18,000 people. Clearwater County does advertise in the local newspapers for legislative purposes and anything else that we do deem necessary for public engagement.
Yeah, I have talked to the Western Star, and he said that he could give us a 1-page ad every week for 500 if you supplied how you want it written and everything. So that would leave, what, that's 2,000, about 4,000 every 2 months.
So that's a great question, Councillor Cermak. In 2018, we did explore that option, and we had asked for some quotes from both comparing the Western Star Mountaineer. But the reason at that time that we decided that it was not feasible for us to transition away from the newsletter, and I'll just bring up some points that we had utilized, which are still true today. So it would add significantly to staff time to do a weekly newspaper spread as compared to our current highlights newsletter. So we're constantly making changes and updates to our newsletter right up until press time and as new information or issues are rising. We do not have enough material to fill a full page on a weekly basis. Sometimes we receive content submitted from other entities, and sometimes pulling even a 32-page newsletter at some points can be challenging. Overall, the cost would increase weekly. So this would then tie into the question, if we do a weekly publication in the Western Star, do we also do that in the Mountaineer? Our advertising bylaw would also need to be amended if that were to be the case. At the post office, we do see in the recycle bin a lot of variety of newspapers. So I think the question would be then, how would we measure the effectiveness of doing a weekly publication in the newspaper? And then another point to consider would be that the Western Star does not circulate to residents close to the Rimbey and James River area. So the county highlights newsletter goes to all residential addresses, with exception of some renters, but we do have flexibility and better targeting capability of actually making sure that any current residents that want to receive the newsletter can. So it's personally an address label mailed to them.
Yeah, I also talked to the Western Star about that because I was really concerned about the fringed areas, and he assured me that even in the James River area, they get it because he delivers to Sundre to make sure that everybody that has a post office box there in the Clearwater County gets the newspaper. And I could see the advantage of using the paper because news would only be 2 weeks old if it was in there every week instead of every 2 months. You could compensate the expense by even having our people that we use as contractors here to put an ad in on our one page, and they could help pay for that. And then people in the county could see that we use these suppliers here at the county, that they could use them too. And that would compensate some of the expense of this $500 a week. And just for something to put it in there, maybe take one person that works for the county and do a little what their interests are, sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And then people in the county could see who actually is working in the county and what they do. I can just see the newspapers being a benefit. I think your newspaper or your newsletter that you put out every 2 months is kind of old news. And if we did it every week, we could be right up on it. Mm-hmm. Thank you for all your information.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there any way to know how much of this newsletter is actually I know you have analytics for the website and for social media, et cetera. I know it's hard to judge how much is going in the recycling bin or becoming fire starter, but do you have any kind of numbers on how much is being utilized?
We haven't been able to collect those kind of numbers because we haven't done a community satisfaction survey in quite a number of years. So that's something that we'll be proposing at the second half of this year, is doing some sort of satisfaction survey to find out what do people want to know and how do they want to receive that information.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
Is the 5 to 7 based on 5,200 households? So like if we put it down to 3,000, like if people were to apply to get like the highlights, if they wanted them and weren't going to just recycle them and they had to apply to get them, would that number go down, or is it kind of like a base for a printout rollout? I don't know if that's
that number
making
would
sense.
go down if we were to reduce the number of publications that we would mail to residents. So if only 3,000 residents had subscribed to receive a physical print copy, that number would go down.
Because sometimes I feel like there's a base, you have to order this many or whatever. I wasn't sure if there was.
That requirement is only for the number of pages. So due to the way that the press company binds pages, they go in dozens, so 12, 24, 32, 48. That's what helps dictate a cheaper cost.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Being so Councillor Cermak brought up paper. I did work at the post office once, and I will say that as a resident, we are allowed to say whether we want flyers or not. And unfortunately, the Western Star gets tagged into that bundle. So if I say I want no flyers, I don't get a Western Star. I actually have to dig out of the garbage recycle bin to get a Western Star. So just for point of clarification. So I am a frequent social media person, and I follow a few other different counties, and some of the counties that I follow is Lacombe County, and they have a newsletter online. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering if you could provide any information, or if you looked into any information about their newsletter that they provide.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. So Lacombe County does produce a monthly letter to most ratepayers and businesses and anyone who wants to sign up. They produce it electronically and printed for 5,000 addresses, so that's roughly reaching about 10,000 people. They survey their ratepayers every few years through a community satisfaction survey, and up until 2020, their community has said that their newsletter is their favorite way to receive information. Other municipalities do also produce print, a combination of print and electronic. Some of them use a community guide magazine that's published a few times a year, but it's still the go-to way of publishing because it's nice to be able to capture, for example, what has happened in the last few months into one publication, and you've got control and flexibility about how that information is laid out. So if you want infographics and images, you've got a lot more flexibility when you do it in-house versus when it's being sent out.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I was at, it was gonna come in my rec board report, but anyways, I'll just, it was discussed on the last rec board meeting last week that that particular guide that gets published here is only, they only publish 600 printed copies and that's it. And then the rest becomes an online availability. So I guess I like Councillor Melhoff's suggestion that maybe when we do that satisfaction, community satisfaction survey is maybe go to that base. And if you want this, and then kind of thing, we have that baseline, maybe it's 3,000. But maybe once a year, and I would say that last piece, it gets sent out to everybody. So once a year, everybody gets that one newsletter with everything that we want to cram in that 48 pages, including our budget, and going forward, maybe that might be an opportunity for some cost savings at that particular point in time. Or we, like I say, we go from 6 issues down to 4 issues. But I'll be curious, I would like to base that decision on community feedback though first.
And Councillor Cermak.
You said there's 5,000 copies of the newsletter goes out every 2 months?
Yes.
Is
Approximately, it's approximately 5,200 households. We print a little bit more than that just so we can have some here, also for council. And then we do distribute them to other locations if they request them. But depending on the current residential addresses that we get every 2 months, it's about 5,200.
So that goes to every every mailbox in the rural county?
Yes.
And that includes the ones in Sundre also?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree with Councillor Swanson. I get most of my everything on social media or through e-versions of everything. And I think that's not my generation, not just the way I am, but that's my generation. But a lot of it has to do with engagement. So like, in order for me to see Clearwater County, on our social media, I have to go and search it out because of the way that the algorithms are set up. If the site isn't engaging with their people, then they don't move up on the, however the algorithm is designed. So I'm curious, if we drop down from 6 to 4, would we be able to engage with the people that are utilizing our stuff a little bit more? Like, I'm not saying engage with keyboard warriors, like let's not get into that world. But if people are asking actual relevant questions on our social platforms, actually answering those relevant questions, if we're freeing up some of our staff time by only doing 4 publications or changing to a different form entirely, could we perhaps have more time to do reaching out in other methods?
Certainly, we could certainly utilize the staffing time towards our social media communication versus print.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
That just brought up an idea for me, and that is, we know our planning department is busy, and I mean, that might be an opportunity through the planning department to say every time that somebody's asking a question to maybe just say, you know, going to get a development permit, it says, oh, are you hooked up or are you part of the newsletter, and a way of keeping that engagement, and maybe through other departments. I know the county's great for doing that, but I'm just saying there's little opportunities here and there to continue to promote the newsletter or promote engagement.
Great discussion here. I'm hesitant to break up your presentation in midstream. Is there an opportunity here for a short break?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break then, please. We'll be back at 10:45. Well, welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We continue on with our communications plan update.
Thank you, Reeve. So we're going to briefly talk about Instagram and Facebook analytics. So without going too much detail, I'm just going to provide an overview of how the content has been engaged with in the last year. So like I mentioned earlier, Facebook is our dominant platform that we use just because they have a lot of different variety of tools. So they've got plugins, they've got better social media shares. So most recently they've added a podcast feature. So in the future, when we do upload any new podcasts through Audioboom, it'll automatically appear in our feed without us having to manually enter a post. And then Instagram, as I was mentioning earlier, a lot of it is catered around to a younger audience that is interested in tourism activities, events, and community happenings. So we're going to be changing our focus, and I'll get into that in just a few slides.
Councillor Cermak, you have a question?
Yes, I'd like to go back to before we had our discussion here. Our rural people, and I just want you to kind of give me an idea on how we respond or get messages out to the average farmer in Clearwater County. Because right now, so as I see by the statistics, the average farmer is 63 years of age, which is a little younger than me. And I talked to quite a few of them, and not many of them are on social media or go onto the internet. So how do we get the messages to these people?
That's a great question, Councillor Cermak. So the county's practice has been utilizing the 6 issues of the County Highlights newsletter, and last year we also started with tax inserts. So adding any new changes, relevant updates in that insert to get that information out to them.
Thank you.
So there are 2 charts on the screen. So the top chart talks about the page likes. So I'll talk about Facebook, which is the light blue, and then I'll get into Instagram. So we're seeing steady engagement in terms of how often our page is viewed and liked. The spikes indicate when there are certain topics that get a lot more engagement. And when I say engagement, what I'm really referring to as is how much people share, like, or comment on a post. So the more times it gets shares, the more numbers, that engagement number of that post goes up. The bottom left chart shows the page visits, so that's how often our Facebook page gets visits. If you see that last spike in that last part of the year was during the election time. A lot of people were wanting to see when the election results were posted, so we did post in the evening when election closed the unofficial election results. So because Facebook is our dominant platform, in 2021, we've had a total of 996 Facebook posts and or shares. And then I'll go over to Instagram briefly. So Instagram wasn't utilized a whole lot just because of that demographic, and we weren't seeing engagement in terms of when we were sharing news releases or when the tax rate bylaw was passed, things like that. So it's still getting activity. So there's still followers and people visiting our profile, but it's not as active as Facebook. The next slide talks about followers and engagement. So this is our demographic of who uses Facebook and who uses Instagram. So we're seeing that younger generation fall under Instagram and a little bit more of a broader, diverse age range for Facebook. So 3.8 or 3,800 followers on Facebook and just over 1,000 on Instagram. So with those points to consider, one change that we're proposing for 2022 is changing and rebranding our Instagram page with an economic development focus to promote business and people attraction. And this supports the current economic development strategy that Jerry Pratt is working on, and that strategic area of focus is fostering a culture of growth. So we're hoping by sharing news about current businesses or how current businesses can tap into resources that the county offers, hopefully to get a bit more education out to the public and potential new or current businesses. Regional tourism is already really well covered with David Thompson Country social media platforms and other recreational groups and social media pages in our community and also by Travel Alberta. So on the right-hand side is just a screenshot of the current site of how it looks. So we took a little bit of a break over Christmas time, and we're currently working with Jerry Pratt, our Economic Development Officer, to rebrand it and have an economic development focus. So Twitter is our second most used platform, and I have a chart there showing the last 3 months of 2021. Once again, that spike on the top left there shows during the election time that there was a lot of activity, engagement, people wanting to know what was happening. Some of our posts get a lot more traction depending if it's a road closure or if there's an emergency incident or something like that. Twitter uses different terminology than Facebook, for example. So their impressions are calculated by the number of times users see a tweet, whereas their engagement is the number of times a user has interacted with a tweet. And this could include a click on either the tweet, which includes the hashtag, links, username, or tweet expression. Whereas Facebook, that engagement is only measured by if an individual actually does something with that post, saves it, shares it, likes it, etc. And then engagement rate, once again, just to summarize, is the number of engagements. So that's total clicks, retweets, replies, follows, and links divided by the total number of impressions. We're happy to report that Twitter is getting steady interaction throughout the entire year. Some topics are a lot more popular than others, but that's to be expected with Twitter. Next, we're going on to YouTube. So in 2021, we've had 67 council meetings live streamed and recorded. Some meetings get a quite high number of watches, other ones do not. And in addition to that, we've also had 49 videos uploaded to our YouTube channel. So in 2021, our videos in total got over 10,000 views. LinkedIn was a platform that we used for sharing news releases, any other big business related changes, but we're not seeing a lot of engagement and activity. So we're going to be changing focus this year to specifically highlight our employment opportunities. That could be about new postings coming up, but also sharing our staff values and creating and cultivating a culture that is appealing and attractive to new hires. The other area of focus that we're going to be switching to this year is economic development information, projects, and initiatives. So as Jerry does interviews or podcasts, or as we get information from new businesses that are starting in Clearwater County, we'll be utilizing LinkedIn to share that, because we do notice that type of audience on LinkedIn. It's all about networking and creating business relationships.
And a question from Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry, just want to jump back to Instagram for a second. I follow Banff, Kananaskis, Mountain View, like several municipalities, and I find that what they're doing with their economic development, they've done much the same thing. They've transitioned Instagram over to like their, I don't want to say funner, but more pretty much the funner side of social media. And then they give companies or businesses, or say somebody's going out to hike Crescent Falls, they give them access and they do like an Instagram takeover. And because stories are where people are predominantly getting their stuff on Instagram. So if you don't have stories, you don't have people going into your page at all. So that's how they've done it. And when I talked to them about it, because I reached out to one of the people in Banff, and they said that they do it because it honestly is nothing to do with their staff. They have a contract set up of what is allowed and not allowed on that platform, and they hand it over to a company for a week, and that company does the takeover and promoting the area. And then they have another one the next week and the next week, and they literally just have a contract with whatever company's doing it. And they've had a lot of success, and it's not a lot of time on staff, so.
That's a great comment, Councillor Melhoff. That actually has been periodically happening currently through the David Thompson Country social media platforms. So we do outsource some of that work to independent contractors outside the area, but that's something that our Economic Development Officer, Jerry Pratt, could probably talk more about.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So as we conclude the presentation, I'm just going to briefly chat about some of the changing trends that we're experiencing. So Facebook changes and updates happen quarterly, sometimes even monthly. So sometimes that throws us off in terms of how we're posting and creating new posts. So we're always having to be prepared for when the next update happens, and then learning how that new change impacts the way that we communicate. The timing of Instagram posts and when they appear on users' feeds. So this goes to Councillor Melhoff's comments. So if someone is only looking at tourism-related content, they're not necessarily going to see a budget news release in their feed until maybe 3 weeks after, if they've had an encounter with a similar follower that has had interaction with a business or a budget news release. So we're having to juggle that and finding different ways of using hashtags and tapping into a wider audience that way. Of course, the sensitivity of topics varies. Where sometimes it's difficult to predict how a certain topic will be perceived. So we're always having to ensure that we're writing comments with that kind of sensitivity in mind. And then presentation delivery of information. Certain topics are just not that engaging with the public, so we're having to find creative ways to write and also pair that with an illustration or a graphic that will get people to actually read that post or perhaps click that link and go to our website to learn more, to find out news about our projects or upcoming events. And then the final piece of our communication channel that we use is the Clearwater County podcast, which was started last summer. So we've had 6 episodes. These are all based around tourism, economic development, and some of them are around education and internet. We've had 75 lifetime listens. We haven't done a lot of promotion. We're starting to. Most recently, we're partnering with our economic development officer to have a series about doing business in Clearwater County. So that one we're starting to promote a lot more and asking businesses if they would like to appear on our podcast to do so. And then we'll set up a time with them. So we'll be seeing more of these happening this year and perhaps even diversifying some of those special mini-series. So in terms of next steps, so we're going to continue our analysis of demographic trends to know how and what content the public is interested in. We'll continue to create more interactive posts that are visually appealing, and then simplify what and how complex information is shared by writing concise and easy to digest information. We'll also continue to monitor trends and stay up to date with changing technology. So that's improving how we are using new hashtags, boosting paid ads by targeting audiences, audience preferences, and utilizing new options such as the new podcast tab on our business page. And then finally, we'll also be expanding our public participation opportunities by finding new creative ways to engage with the public. And in summary, these are just some of the new additions that we'll be planning this year. So we'll be putting together a communications or public opinion understanding survey at a later point in 2022. This will accompany and be a part of the updated communications plan that will be done in conjunction with Council's new strategic plan. And then increasing our podcast production. So we're starting off this year with our Doing Business in Clearwater County and other economic development interviews. Enhancing our internal communication, and lastly, rebranding Instagram and LinkedIn accounts to target the audience demographic that's on each platform. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. As far as getting more community participation, would you see any value in creating podcasts about the different boards, about fire and rescue, like trying to recruit people on that platform by, presenting more of what that experience would be like?
Certainly, we can certainly explore doing a podcast that's specific about educating the public about the different boards and committees that we have in the county. Yes. That's a great suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
As mentioned before, I am on the Facebook, Instagram, Twitter platforms with my own and my own personal and county profiles, or council profiles. So for me, I use each one differently. I use my council profile to actually either like or share constantly, and I find that that's a great way to engage. And anytime I see somebody else, or if I see Councillor Melhoff post, I make sure I like it too, because that keeps boosting my audience or my followers onto that. So I think if any of the councillors are on, it's helpful for this department that if we can like or retweet or reshare going forward, it helps broaden, because we all have different followers, and or some that are the same. And I think that's part of the reason for communication is if we can, for example, the MDP review, I share it, and then it gets to a larger audience. So I would encourage the rest of the councillors that if you do have a platform, that when you see it, that to retweet, reshare, and like.
Thank you for that. It just brings to mind some of the challenges we have. Much of what we do, people actually have to be seeking the information. There's so many pathways out there to seek information now, whether it's in the more traditional ways with the newspaper or whether it's those social media type opportunities as well. So, but it really does rely on people seeking that information and once they start to seek, I think they can open those pathways up. Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. Great presentation, and it's great to see that there's a lot of avenues and stuff like that the communications department does use, but I do know that there's a lot of residents that still just don't know, and I know that a lot of residents are very busy in their lives, and they still just don't, when you're calving 400 cows or you work in industry and you're up at 4 in the morning and you're driving to work, like you just simply don't have time to scroll and do the social media thing. I mean, it's great, but not everybody has the time for it. There's a lot of regulation policy, and it really keeps residents busy. Like there's a lot of hardworking people in Clearwater County, and a lot of people do have time, but I think there's a lot of people that don't. So I think there could be some improvements on how things are, communicated to the public. Thanks.
Any additional comments or questions? So I guess I'm thinking, does this give you enough to go to the next steps and working forward
Certainly,
from
I'll
this point?
Yeah, certainly, Reeve Lahid. I'll take council's comments and feedback, and we'll be updating the updated communications plan when council's strategic plan is published and ready to go.
Well, again, thank you so much for your presentation and for taking that opportunity to educate us as well too, because there's so much to know and so many challenges faced with getting the good word out there and keeping people engaged in our community.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. So that ends item 5.2. That takes us into item 6.1, and that is a job description draft for the CAO position. And we're joined by Janice. So I will turn the floor across to you.
Good morning, council. I thought about how to best intro this item, and I know that we could probably do a lot of wordsmithing, could probably work on this for another 10 years or so. And then one of the thoughts occurred to me, because I'm old enough to remember it. Job descriptions a long time ago used to just say, just do what we tell you. You don't have to have all this stuff in there. However, that being said, thanks very much. So at our last meeting when we were together on February 22nd, I did take a number of notes about some of the comments that council had requested in terms of revamping different aspects of the job description. And I'd also understood that at the end of that discussion, it seemed that there was more of an interest in taking a look at the recruitment specs and focusing on the attributes and experience. And that should also include the private sector. So I tried my best from all of the different comments that I took down from last meeting to revamp it. And so that's the document that is before you. So just to reiterate, the areas that are highlighted in yellow, those are brand new. The ones that are marked with red are just suggested wording changes. And then the strike through just takes a look at what exists currently. And then just to suggest that it can be removed. So that's the document before you. I think that one of the things, and thank you very much, Councillor Melhoff, I realized, and you were correct, that the appointments section in 8, that referred to specific legislation. And the role of the CAO was identified in those particular bits of legislation. And then when I was reviewing it with Murray again, we know that the CAO has to be familiar with a lot of pieces of legislation. So subsequently, as examples, that's why the enhancements were made to 6.1 on legislative responsibility. So I guess at this point, what I would just request is just further direction, and I'm ready to take down notes and see where council would like to go from here.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you. This is great. You literally took what we told you and superimposed it in here, and I really appreciate it. I'm very happy with the changes that have been made personally. I'm not sure about the rest of the team, but when I was going through this on the weekend, yeah, I think it's great. Thank you.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. I would just echo what Councillor Melhoff said. I thought it was great. I think it's good to go personally.
And Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. Yeah, great job, Janice. I have a couple of suggestions. In 1.2, where it says to make policy, could we have to make or modify policy? A small thing. And if the rest of council agrees, could we add engineering to a background that would be valuable?
So where would that engineering go then?
Oh, sorry, education and experience.
Education and
The second
experience.
paragraph, minimum of 10 years, et cetera. Otherwise, outside of those thoughts, I think it's ready to go as well.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson and then back to Councillor Melhoff.
I guess for me, I would like to see, when I look under education and experience and then under certifications and professional development / license, we have eligible, and ideally, we have experience. And I feel that as a green council, we don't need to have a green CAO. So I think we need to have a must-have here, and they must have a certification, in my opinion. There's so much on the legislative side that being as how we have so many new councillors, it's not up to this council to educate a new CAO, a new green CAO. I would like to have some experience or have some certifications there as a must-have. So that's just my opinion.
Okay. And Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Redcliffe, you wanted to add engineering. I don't necessarily think that we need to specify exactly the training that we're wanting, because I would love to see a project management degree or so, like there's lots, because we have a lot of projects, and I think that honestly running a municipality can be very much like running a large scale project. I mean, it is just multiple projects going on all at once, so having a project management degree is something like that. So I don't necessarily know that we need to say that we would looking for an engineering degree, just like we don't have to say we're looking for a project manager. As far as eligible for certified local government management versus already certified, is it similar to when you are designated as like a safety codes officer, where you have to already be working for a municipality in order to be eligible for that designation? So then wouldn't we be limiting people that aren't currently working for a municipality? Sorry, just to understand how that designation works.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. What that certification or designation depends on is achieving both levels of the NACLA program, National Advanced Certificate in Local Authority Administration. And so the people would have to have been eligible to take those courses, pass them, get those certificates, and then apply for that designation. So they would have to have a combination of experience and training before they got the designation. I'm not sure that they actually have to be currently employed by a municipality to get it, but that's where you would get the experience that would lead towards that.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
Would individuals working for nonprofit companies or board-run companies be eligible for that type of certification? Like people running United Way or Red Cross or anything like that? Like even though they're not the CAO of a municipality, are they eligible for that level of certification?
Again, I don't think it matters so much what they're currently doing, but what experience they've had. So if they've worked for a municipality in the past, I would suggest that that could count towards their eligibility for the designation itself. If they've had no municipal experience, I'm not sure that they would be granted it. I would have to research that.
Okay.
And see what exactly the qualifications are.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, did you have additional? Okay.
The ghost again.
Ghost again. I would just maybe comment that absolutely I see great value in the changes and the additions here. I tend to focus on strike-throughs, and I agree with much of what was struck through there as well. So I do have a bit of a concern about the qualifications or professional qualifications. I think we need to define that fairly narrowly. Are we looking for a civil engineer? Are we looking for somebody that's dealing more with business or public administration or management? I think we need to define that fairly well, because if we're looking for somebody that has all those professional, you're gonna really reduce the field. So if you find somebody that's experienced in business, but has a civil engineering background, or somebody that has any of the other public administration type background, you may have the right person for the job and you're going to kick them out because you would show preference to somebody that has a civil engineering or some other. So I think we have to really, that first sentence, as far as who we're looking for, maybe with preference given to somebody with those extra attributes might be one way to potentially word that it doesn't really limit us to one or multiple professional certifications. Just a thought. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would agree with what you said. I want to have, personally, having not hired a CAO before, I would like to have more of a broad pool of people to choose from with different backgrounds, kind of, because we don't know what we want. We all kind of probably want a different thing, so I don't want to narrow it down too much personally. I think that's what you were saying, so I would agree with that.
Okay. And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thanks, Reeve. In the previous search for CAO, how many applicants were there?
I would have to defer to Daryl and Michelle as counselors because I don't know.
Thank you.
The short list was just that. It was a short list. But I think there were more than 15, I think, applications. I could be wrong on that. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, according to the last meeting when we had leaders spoke, she had over 200 initial applications, and then they shortlisted to narrow that field, and then from that short list, we were given that, I think it was about 25, 29, and then we were given 7 from council to choose from there, and then we made that short list down to 4. So because of COVID and everything else, we had to really shorten. We couldn't interview all 29, we couldn't interview all 7. We had to really say, okay, COVID's here, what are we doing online for interview and what are we doing in person? So that was why we went so narrowly so fast.
And I think as a comment, you know, if looking back in my career when perhaps I was less experienced, you know, the advice in those days was to, even if you didn't feel your experience was met checked all the boxes on what they were looking for as an applicant, you tended to send your application in. So I think that's the reason for, you may get 200 potential applicants out there, but as far as ones that have checked off enough boxes in that search to be able to move to the next stage, I think that's where the benefit is of having that shorter list of potential applicants or potential candidates. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm prepared to make a motion that we approve the changes to the revised CAO job description.
Okay. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. No, I think we're you know, I mean, things are looking very good here, so thank you for that. So that brings us into section 7. That's our report section, and I'll start with the CAO's report. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. It's a fairly brief report, so I will just jump right into it. The first item, the Town, County, and Village Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee, or ICC, met on March 3rd to discuss Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services 2022 capital item, Unit 604 aerial truck, as well as draft shared vision for regional collaboration opportunities and modernization of the Stronger Together agreement. With respect to the aerial truck, the committee recommended that the town and county councils consider an adjusted budget amount for the aerial truck and that their considerations are brought back to the ICC for further discussion. And on that item, I will share that I've been advised by the town of Rocky Mountain House that their council is supportive of adjusting the overall budget amount from previously a $1.2 million total purchase to a $1.65 million purchase. So that is the information I expect to be brought back to the ICC from their perspective. To remind council, Clearwater County has already approved budget sufficient to funding 50% of a $1.8 million purchase. So the staff from Regional Fire, Emergency and Legislative Services have identified that there are two options may be available in that $1.65 million range. One's a 75-foot ladder unit, one's a 100-foot ladder unit. Of course, they won't come with all the functionality or safety features that the $1.8 million unit would have offered. So just to provide this council with an update on that, and we will be looking at some point in time for a recommendation to come back to ICC from Clearwater County Council as to what direction this council would like to go in. And if council so desires, we can arrange for the next regular council meeting to have representatives here from fire services to provide more information on what those options might represent.
Thank you. I think I'm seeing nods around the table that might be a good path forward for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions around the CAO report? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. My question was around the JUPAs. It was my understanding, and you absolutely correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't totally remember if the SRO sits in when we negotiate the JUPA, or is that a separate negotiation with the school division?
So again, the SRO, just for clarity, is the Student Resource Officer Program. And I would suggest that it is not specifically identified within the JUPA process. The JUPA is around more facilities and properties and making those available for joint use. But it is on our list of questions to raise administratively and see if the school board would like to discuss that issue as part of the process, or if they would like to deal with that separately.
Okay, perfect, because I very much would like to, at some point, have the SRO position brought to us, so I wasn't sure if it was during this process or during a different one, so.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, I would look for a motion to receive for information. Councillor Graham. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. Councillor Cermak? Sorry, I missed your hand. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
That'll lead us into councillor reports. So I will go to numerically here and start with Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. I sent my division report out last night just to, again, expedite the process. We went to that JUPA presentation to learn about how those agreements are going to happen as we go forward. So I learned a lot there, and hopefully that will help us in negotiating those agreements in the future. The RCMP and Fire hockey game, I went to that on the 26th. That was fabulous. They raised just under $5,000 for our local food bank. I really hope that they continue to do that, because that was a great time, and it looked like they had a lot of fun with it too. It's great to see that type of camaraderie between our emergency services. I felt that was great. We met with 13 Ways again, and we're moving forward with some more steps in the strategic plan building process. And I'm pretty excited about the plan that our council is working to build for the vision of our municipality. I also really enjoyed the Nordeg orientation that administration was able to bring us. It gave us a really good idea of what's going on out there, and the wonderful little gem that we may have in our backcountry that we can hopefully take advantage of, not only with my family, but hopefully bringing in more people from outside our municipality. On March 2nd, the health professional engagement team met for their bi-monthly meeting. We meet monthly on sub-teams, and then the whole team meets every 2 months. Some of the big changes that happened is they now have a physician resource planner for Rocky Mountain House. Alberta Health Services put one of those in. They're going to meet directly with the facility's medical director. So now we have to look at our terms of reference to see how our team fits into that equation, because previously they were meeting with one of our physicians. Like the province was meeting with one of our physicians, and our physicians was letting them know what type of positions we need, whether you need a GP anesthetist, we need an OB, like what we're looking for. And now there's like a middle person in there. So now we're trying to figure out how the team fits in that world. Something that I found that was pretty interesting was the PCN is not funded per patients that they see. They're funded per patients that the medical team at our within our local municipality, the people that they send to the PCN. So even if you see a doctor in Sylvan Lake, but you come to our PCN doesn't get the funding for that because they're seeing it by a physician in another town. I thought that was pretty interesting, and I'm waiting to hear back from the PCN on some more information about that and how we might be able to help make that a more well-rounded, because we have a lot of people in lots of areas, like the eastern side, southern, that go see physicians in Sundre or Eckville or Rimbey, but yet they come to our PCN and they're not getting funding for those people. So hopefully we can come up with something there. We're working on more staffing options as well for housing. So we have a huge housing problem locally here. So we're working on coming up with some really unique ways of housing some of these traveling nurses and some of the students and just general people that are wanting to move here. The housing market is not making it so they can, or there isn't anything available for them, so they're looking for something to rent, and there's nothing available there either. So we're trying to come up with some unique solutions. Maybe there's some extra space at the EMS station, or maybe some of our seniors housing where they can do a month-to-month, because Westview Lodge has some vacancies, and so we're trying to come up with some unique suggestions here. Rural Health Week is May 30th to June 3rd. RPAP sent out an email regarding ways that municipalities, if they chose to, could proclaim that week if they chose. And the Rural Health Conference is October 4th to 6th, and it's in Drayton Valley. So hopefully when we get more information on that, we can look at sending some people to that. And I think that our interim CAO already covered the ICC very well, so I won't even go into that. Sorry to be so long-winded.
Oh, thank you very much. Any questions for Councillor Melhoff? Well, thank you very much, and I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Eve Lougheed. Councillor Milhoff already touched on all the things that we all kind of did together. So I just have a short one here. The last 2 weeks we've had week 2 and 3 of the EOEP training courses online. I really enjoyed last week. They really went into taxes and how the assessments are done and stuff. So that was really clarified a lot of things in my brain. The night of the hockey game, I went and partook in the healing round dance at Lousopit. That was really cool. It was really neat to experience the culture. And my sister came and she brought my niece and nephew, and I think they partook in every single dance. But it was really cool that they got to learn and see that. And I definitely want to do some more research on it to understand more of the reasoning behind it and just learn about it. And not really a council thing, but a thing in my division. There was a cutter rally that happened, and we went to it. I went with my sister and her kiddos again, and we could only stay for a bit. We watched some ski georging, I believe is the proper pronunciation for it. And then we had to leave before the actual rally took place, but it was pretty cool to be out there and see all these magnificent horses. They're so beautiful, and people who are so passionate about that. And yeah, that's really cool to be able to partake in that in just our little area. And that is my whole report.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Division 2? Well, thank you very much, and I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
So Councillor Cermak and I, we attended a seminar for garbage and recycling. And I think out of the whole thing that I realized is there's a lot of effort and a lot of resources and a lot of labor that goes into recycling and garbage. And probably the best way to deal with that is just try to prevent it in the first place. Recycling and garbage, it's a lot of money, and yeah, the best one way would be to reduce it, just stop it at the start. There'll be a public meeting for the Caroline Seniors Housing Project. I think that's coming up on March 28th at 7 o'clock at the Caroline Hub. And I'd never done it before, but I got to be a public speaking judge for the 4-H public speeches in Leslieville. It was on Sunday. That was pretty cool. The contestants had a lot of courage and they did really well. So that's my report.
Any questions for Deputy Reeve Northcott? Thank you, and I'll move to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I don't have that much to report, in fact, nothing that hasn't already been covered. I have been attending the elected officials education program, which is quite useful. We also went to the round dance. That was interesting exposure. I would like to understand more of the traditions and culture to better understand the event. One thing I did notice was the reverence towards the elders that were there. It definitely said something about the culture. That's all I have.
Great. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Thank you, and I'll move to Councillor Cermak.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go a little more into the care session that Deputy Reeve Northcott and myself attended on the Lethbridge. When you first drive into their building site that they have there, it's pretty impressive. It's quite big. It's costed them about $150 million. It's a pretty impressive site. It's got about 600 acres of land. They have about 15 roll-off bins that residents use, but not on windy days. Wind is a real problem in Lethbridge. They have really high, tall fences, like they're just huge. So when the residents come and it's really windy, they have 2 small doors that they back into and they unload it. And then they got to bag it. And then they got to move it outside so that the rest can come in and unload. The labor intensity in there is just unbelievable for recycling. So The main sorting building, I would say, is about 100 by 200. They have some forklifts and some loaders and everything in there. The equipment in there, I think there was 2 loaders and about 3 forklifts that move stuff around. Probably about 35 people in this building doing sorting, looking after stuff. I think they said there was 15 conveyors. They have one area there that sorts with air. They have great big fans, and it's kind of like the inside of a combine, that it walks stuff and then it floats and blows it all. The noise in there, I can't hardly believe how they handle it, all these 35 people. Very interesting to go through. But I just couldn't get over the amount of labor that had to be into recycling. And the other thing is too, is that when we drove around the site, they have great big huge piles of greenwood, drywood, cement, and shingles and landscape material. Like, I don't know, 100 feet high, these? I think they had 3 piles of shingles. They've tried to recycle it into asphalt and other stuff, but it just didn't stand up very good. So now they're looking for homes for all of this stuff. And it's just huge, the recycling and stuff. And I will say that it was a very neat, clean area. It was fantastic. They are collecting methane off the old cells there. They plan on in the near future to be running all their equipment on the methane. They have a compressor system there and a dehy and everything set up and a collection agency. It's quite a setup for $150 million. I thought was pretty extravagant amount of money to recycle garbage. Oh, and they are setting up a vacuum dumping station there too. But right now they're looking at probably some environmental engineer to look in all of the new regulations that are coming down from different energy boards across Canada and Alberta for how this can be done legally and everything. And the other thing that really impressed me was that the regulators and the recycling industry, right now our waste streams is pretty much a straight line. The people produce the packaging to cover your product that you buy, and then it goes down into your product you're shipping, your retail, your end user, and then it goes to somebody to deal with it, our landfills. Now, that regulators and everybody, instead of a straight line, they want a circle. And it's gonna start with the package maker that makes the packaging to put the product in. If they don't make that better to handle, easier to handle, and cheaper to handle, they will get it back. So I think they're really hitting on the root cause of all of this recycling in the industry. Go back to the people that are making the garbage and make it so they make it better and easier to reuse. Maybe we can cut down on a whole bunch of labor and a whole bunch more money. And the other thing that I found after this, that I thought was the most important part of that whole 3 days that we were there. But the equipment there that they use to sort this stuff in this building, they work it 5 days a week, but they shut down 2 half days just for maintenance on this piece of equipment. High maintenance. They wouldn't give us figures on what it cost you to keep that thing running for a year. I'm sure it was astronomical. But if you ever get a chance to go on a CARE, and that's what it's called, Central Alberta Recycling, do it. Man, it opened my eyes just really wide on the cost of dealing with waste. And I like how the people in the know is going back to the people that are causing the problem. If they can't make it better, they're gonna get it back. That's my report. Thanks.
Any questions? Councillor Melham?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious if they talk to you about like the return on investment. So you, like you said, 150 million to build this building, or this, and I know that
The whole thing, there's 15 roll-offs. You drive there, it's all paved. You can just back up to these and they're right at ground level. Yeah.
like how long before they'll recoup the $150 million investment?
They would not touch that. We asked. They said you would have to go to somebody with a bigger pay scale than they have.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
And Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have two questions. The first one, what area were they collecting this material from? Like, is that from the whole province, just local?
Mostly Lethbridge and area. It goes down to Coaldale. And I think that's about it, and the municipal area. So it's not quite as big as Clearwater County. I mean, it's quite small. But they can handle about 5 ton an hour, 4 ton an hour, I think they said.
Okay, that's a phenomenal amount of garbage. Okay, it's kind of a summary of all that. What do either of you see as the future of recycling, like considering the embodied energy that it takes to collect and process and then pass on these materials? What's a reasonable approach, or how do you see this developing in the future?
I think it's gonna be how we can get the people that are producing the waste, and that's the people that are packaging our products, to do it better. And it looks like the recycling business and all the energy boards across Canada are really trying to put that into place.
Okay, great.
I thought it was fantastic, that area of it. They're really focusing in on the root cause.
Great, thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
All right, February 23rd was the Rocky Library meeting that I attended. It was both in person and over Zoom. Their fundraising movie last month had technical difficulties, so they're now resolved, and they are re-showing, or going to show what last month's movie was, Nomadland, this Wednesday, tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. at the Rocky Cinemas. With the easing mandates, they are starting to resume some of their adult in-person programming, and Red Deer Polytechnic is going to be facilitating 3 upcoming Hot Science Youth programs, so that's exciting. And we're still exploring library renovations to accommodate a teen space. Parkland planning JUPA webinar on the 24th. That particular agreement has to be in place by June of 2023. Most of us were on that. I thought that was a good review. Again, the intent is to make sure that there's new sites that are available when we need them for schools, and to make sure that we make good use of the public facilities. I took part in the Alberta Council webinar regarding the Alberta budget analysis. The theme the GOA has claimed this coming year is called Moving Forward. I did receive an analysis, and I will forward that on to the rest of council. I partaked in the RMA 101 session entitled Business Assets, and so that was the breakdown of canoe, the insurance, etc., under the RMA umbrella. The Rocky Rec Board meeting on March 2nd. The town has chosen a location for the bike pump track. It is the current dog park. They will be relocating the dog park at some point within that. I guess that will come first before the bike pump track is put in place. More information will come. We had delegation that was supposed to come for the plus 55. That has been tabled until April. We wanted to ask more information about hosting possibilities for either summer or winter games. And there are considerable more bookings happening at the North Saskatchewan River Park for this summer. So I think there's a couple of weddings, and then of course the rodeo, the chucks, and other events, which is great. I was also on the Rural Industry Crime Watch webinar. There was a presentation from Darren from Lightcatch on the Lightcatch app. The discussion really focused in on advocacy to the recyclers of the stolen, or of the wire that is being, that they take, that maybe we need to tighten up or get the government to do better, to add more deterrents or have better tracking of where this wire is coming from. It seems like Fortis is the hardest hit right now, so, which was surprising. I attended the Caroline Chamber stakeholder meeting in regards to the seniors housing last Friday with a couple other councillors. There was a presentation made by the architect and the Sam Smaldon that it's leading. They reported on the survey results, which influenced the design that they presented to us. MLA Nixon attended. The chairman had outlined the objective was to provide options for senior residents within the village and the south end of the county. We looked at partnership models and if there was an appetite to continue this process because it takes literally 5 years from start to finish. So next steps, as Deputy Reeve Norcott had said, there is going to be an open house on March 28th at the Caroline Hall at 7 p.m. and to hear this particular presentation again. And we're encouraging all council members to attend as well as any of the public. And that is it for my report.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Councillor Swanson? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. You may not be able to answer this, it might be something we need to ask administration. How is the pump track funded in the current agreement? Because it's a capital, right?
Yes, and right now, I'll let, sorry, that's okay, Mr. Hagan.
Mr. Hagan.
I'm not sure that it is currently funded.
Okay.
I'd have to check with Mr. Martinson, who is here today with us, to see if that was included in our Clearwater County budget or not. And then depending on who owns that pump track, eventually when it's complete, will depend whether it's a capital expenditure to us or an operating expenditure. If the town owes it, it's operating to us. If it's co-owned, then we have a share in the ownership and that portion is capital.
Okay.
Just to add a little bit to that, so for this year, there was an ask regarding the pump track that was approved in council's budget. It was a small amount for preliminary work, consultation, and maybe preliminary design. We believe they made reference to a bit of a survey, so assuming that's a survey of potential users for amenities and locations and things like that. So yeah, to answer the question, there was a minor capital ask, and then of course it is not included in the operating, as Mr. Hagan mentioned. But administration has had some meetings, and of course we've talked with council about discussing that agreement, and I believe it is scheduled for ICC, so it will come up at some point.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
Since we have you here, can I ask you a couple of questions with regard to the pump track?
If it pleases the Reeve, I'm absolutely.
Yes.
I just don't want to deviate too far off our agenda.
Yeah, I would just, yeah, I think we can absorb a question or two.
Okay. In the agreement, the way that it's written, is the county privy to offer suggestions to things like location of where these things are built?
The agreement doesn't reference that. Traditionally, we have had insight into those types of decisions through our participation on rec board. So the most recent example would have been the of an additional amenity would be the spray park, and we did have some. We were consulted on that. Council was given presentations at sort of key pullouts in the process, and location was discussed with council. Yeah. It's maybe more consultation rather than being at the initial table. They are the managing partner, so that sort of work is typically done by them initially, and we're brought in midstream or farther down the process.
And we're brought in farther down the process just to confirm where their funding is coming from, not necessarily to give suggestions on how that funding is spent, as they're the managing partner?
Yeah, I would say that would be an accurate summary of how projects have progressed traditionally.
Thank you very much for entertaining my questions. I'll bring my other ones forward when we look at the rec agreement. I did have a question regards to the seniors housing thing that you brought up. 1,900, right? Sorry, just to confirm, 1,900 hours in Carolina at the Hub? Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Any further questions? So I think, Council, you've done a terrific job of outlining your activities over I won't go over ones that I've myself that I've attended with you, because I think you covered that all very well, but I will note that I did attend the Parkland Regional Library meeting. It was a virtual meeting. They have a needs assessment in progress now, kind of navel gazing project, for lack of a better word, and also a system services review. And then their advocacy committee is partnering with Yellowhead, and they're setting some new goals for advocacy, basically to secure funding and keep their service alive and well, and also to really continue advocating for that functionality of the public library system. You've covered that one, sorry. Again, I did attend with the seniors housing in Carolina as well. Interesting information there to be updated with. And I think there will be lots of feedback from the community when they understand what the potential options are there. And I guess one other thing I would mention, I had an opportunity to do a presentation to elementary school at Condor School. Grade sixes are learning about governance and local government is more specifically. So we had myself and a school trustee come there and kind of indicate their process of getting there and what the job involves, and be able to ask or answer a lot of questions. So it was a great morning, and I'd recommend it. Anybody get out there and interact with your local school. And I think that's probably it for me at the moment. Any questions? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept the reports for information. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? And that is carried. Councillor Remuneration has been circulated. Looking for a motion to accept that for information. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor? And that's carried. You know, I see lunch has just arrived, so this might be the most appropriate time to take a break for lunch. So how about we meet back here at 12:30? Well, welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We have a couple of other correspondence items. Item 8.1, I believe that's been circulated well. It was a letter from the City of Red Deer Mayor's Office, and it was a thank you for hospital advocacy support. And then also item 8.2, which is a Rocky Seniors thank you. Hope you've all had a chance to see those. I would entertain a motion to accept for information. Councillor Melhoff, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item 9, notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none, I move on to item 10.1, Agriculture Community Services, and this is grant funding for community halls policy as a review. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Martinson.
Thank you, Reeve. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for taking some time today to allow us the opportunity to discuss with you the funding program that the county provides specifically to community halls. We brought it back for a pre-scheduled review that we had promised council after the policy was changed. And so because there's a little bit of history and a lot of moving parts here, we felt it was maybe best just to run through a quick PowerPoint. So if we could get that pulled up, that would be dandy. And we'll just sort of take you through the presentation first. And maybe because it is a little bit long and there is a few parts, I just ask if you had a question, if you could just ask it at the time, because I'd hate to have anything diluted as we move through or forgotten. So throw on your microphone and my colleagues will and the Reeve will sort of help get my attention so I can stop, because I'd like to sort of address things as we go, because like I say, there's a lot to come here, and there's a chance, in my opinion, that something could get diluted or left if it was if we're waiting for it. And the purpose of coming today, this is not a policy. There is no policy here today. We're coming today to gauge the council's desire to make some tweaks. We've got some tweaks that we propose, and we'll bring a policy back after we get some feedback today from you folks. And we'll also talk a little bit about the feedback that we've gotten from the community hall group, because of course that's very important as well. So I'll get right into the presentation here. Of course, it's about community halls, so here they are. Alphabetical order. So we consider 18. Somebody might suggest that we are missing one. Shiloh Community Center, if you will, is not considered a community hall, though it does. The Shiloh community, with their structure and with their ball diamond, they do get support from the county through our recreation funding and through our heritage board. And so they are not left behind, but they are not on this list. And it makes sense. It's not necessarily used as a community hall, though it is important to that community and it supports their operations at the ball diamond. So we treat it as a historic museum type facility, as well as a facility that supports the recreation amenities there. So in 2012, community hall policy was, the 2012 community hall policy was replaced in 2020 with the current policy. And at that time, we made a commitment that it would be reviewed in 2 years after we had appropriate a period of operations, and we could bring that information back to council to consider. So it's just some background as to why the 2012 policy was replaced. It only addressed capital projects, and that was by design. It served it well in the past, but we got a lot of feedback that suggested that was no longer the case, that capital funding was not the only need that the community halls had. So originally, or back in previous to 2020 and up to 2012, the budget amount was about $35,000 for all the community halls. Applications were considered on a first come, first served basis. county funding would generally not exceed 15,000 per project. Wasn't always the case. Council considered each case on a case-by-case, so they ultimately made a decision on a case-by-case, and sometimes that meant exceeding that $15,000, but often the projects were limited to that. Interestingly enough, at the time, by design, we wanted to be the funder of last resort, in a sense that we wanted them to exhaust all other opportunities for funding before they came to us. Definitely an understandable policy direction, not necessarily very neighborly or partnery, but it made sense that we wanted them to go utilize other opportunities, which were way more abundant back in the day. Certainly a lot less than there are now. So, you know, I would rather probably be a partner than a funder of last resort. And, but, you know, I think that was certainly a strategic position, not meant to be mean, but meant to utilize other resources. Funding was typically allocated on a 50-50 cost share basis. So there's some issues there. And we sort of affectionately call what sort of was the result there as a bit of a circle of death. In a sense that when some community halls got sucked into this, they didn't pop out. And so we have a couple examples of community halls that have no longer exist, you know, that would have got caught into that cycle of death, in a sense that, you know, they're struggling to meet operational costs. The hall falls into poor repair. With a hall in poor repair, you get reduced bookings, and then you really get reduced income. So, you know, that certainly caused some problems. So with that situation, the 50-50 cost share really priced a lot of community halls out of being in any sort of situation at all. As we've seen in the circle of death there, you know, their income was down, so they can't meet the 50-50 cost share with reduced income, as their community halls falling into a maintenance and capital improvement deficit. You know, we've seen a lot of smaller halls falling into disrepair because they were struggling to cover the maintenance costs. We've all seen what a meter costs before you ever burn any gas or power. You know, those costs are significantly increased over the last 10 or 15 years. Every one of these community halls has the same services that you have on your residence or your farm. So I think we can relate to that increasing cost. And then some halls thought they were no longer able to support not-for-profit groups such as 4-H. And, you know, and that was alarming to us. We've always been a community that's looked at our youth groups and provided them opportunity, often at no cost. Community halls, as Councillor Northcott mentioned earlier, his judging of 4-H speeches, those are things that we're proud to often have donated free to the 4-H from our community halls. Really hard for them to donate to a worthy group like 4-H. They can't keep the lights on, and they can't pay their bills. So, you know, that's concerning for us. It wasn't that they didn't want to provide those opportunities, it was that they're having trouble doing it. Community Services Department has received, or did receive a lot of the feedback from the associations that the funder of last resort was not supporting them to stay active. In fact, you know, it was sort of adding to you know, slipping into that circle of death. Council asked at the time administration to build a new policy back in 2018, 2018-19 to be ready for 2020 with the intent to help them be sustainable and allow the better access to grant funding. So, you know, when we struck off in 2019 to build that policy, you know, consistent funding was what we heard a lot from the communities. It's what council heard a lot from the communities. And so we sort of built a new policy with that in mind. So when we were building that policy, you know, with that idea of some sort of consistency, we consulted other counties. Almost the first thing, you know, so it's step one in a lot of stuff we do here at the county is look around, look at our neighbors, look at the like counties. And I believe we had 16 counties that provided us feedback that we had accessed, very comparable to us, of course, all our neighbors, and then many around the province that we consider comparable. Reeve Lahi, did you have a question or was your light just lingering?
My light is on.
Perfect. You're the Reeve, your light's always on.
My light's, yeah, I'm always
That's,
on.
that's awesome. Give me a wave if you do have a question then.
I certainly will.
So, yeah, so we looked at the models and we looked at what other counties were doing. And, you know, we found that some of the more consistent ways of funding community halls fell into 3 different sort of categories. We had the flat rate, you know, it's pretty self-explanatory. All halls receive the same amount regardless of their size or activity or any other variable. Split rate, where halls were divided into 1 or more groups based on some sort of variable, often size, could be capacity, maybe it's expenses or revenue, but some variable that partitions them into some group. And then proportionate, where funding was based on operational costs, usage, and whether the hall was full-time or seasonal. And so at the time, we presented those options to the council of the day, and administration provided some information, you know, along with it. So in April 2019, council made a decision to provide policy direction to us for a split rate. So that split rate was determined based on large and small halls, and they were funded $5,000 for a large hall, $2,500 for a small hall. And you can see how that divide was made in the table in front of you. So under that new policy, which replaced the 2012 policy, funding was made available with the understanding that halls were expected to cover small capital project costs. Halls can use the grant money for operational or capital costs and towards other community grant applications for capital projects that receive 50-50 cost share. So that was super helpful. Now they got some cost share. So when we suggest we wanted them to go after other opportunities, this actually made it easier for them than what we did before, which was trying to sort of, the carrot's often better than the stick. This is the carrot model, by giving them a little bit of cost share money to go after others rather than the stick, which was go after something before you come to us. So makes sense when you think about it. So we track the spending of the grants to ensure it's being used for the sustainability of the hall. So they gotta provide us some financials to make sure that what they're using it on is hall costs that would be in line with the council's public spending principles. We also use that information to make sure that they are a registered society so that lawfully we can give them money or this amount of money. Funds are not allocated or a budget for a specific purpose, or the activity logs show the hall was not being used. Funding may not be granted the following year. So if they're not using it right, or they're not an active hall that's open for the public, the policy does allow for the money to be withheld until such time as they can prove out that they do meet the criteria. That hasn't been an issue for us.
Councillor Swanson.
Please.
Councillor Swanson.
Yes, so, but we did allow them to hold the funding from year to year to be able to apply for further grants
Sure.
for matching, right?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We do allow them to save the funding and have it earmarked for a large project. We just want to see that, similar to how council, we don't want to see, or my colleague doesn't want to see, I believe that the name is any unrestricted surpluses hanging around for a long time. We want to have that money earmarked for something, even if that changes and we re-earmark that. So that's any community hall that's looking to save that money up for a roof or a addition or a new bathroom. We'd want to see that identified in their financial documents and their plans, and providing that is in there, then we're happy to see that built up, because you know it might take $15,000, so 3 years worth of funding to be able to do something like that, and I think that's fair. Sort of how the rest of us manage our personal finances in a similar way. You know, it makes sense. Over the time, staff plan to track the sustainability and activity of each hall and utilize this information for future decision-making. So we get a lot of good information from our community halls. We're in a better position now to sort of see the trends and see where some of the positives are and see maybe where some of the pinch points are that we can get ahead of and help with. Here's one. Nobody really seen it coming, but the information that we had helped us address some of their issues really fast, or I shouldn't say, helped us bring information to council who ultimately addressed some of their issues pretty fast. So, what we're seeing in COVID, obviously the lockdowns and restrictions affected our community halls. Logs have showed a significant decline in activity all across the community halls. Financial statements show huge reduced income. Significant percentages of their expenses, shockingly, are still solid. That meter is still spinning away. That gas is still going. They got to be heated. So, big reductions in revenues, small reductions in expenses. Of course, there is some when you close. There is some reductions, but not near as much in correlation to the revenue. So, community hall grant funding helped with these operational costs. When there was very little income. In some instances, we're looking at financial records from 20. Our income is some of the only income in there. So literally it was, needed. Without it, it would have been a pretty barren year. So we were also received a whole bunch of positive feedback, and I believe you folks have as well, over the emergency one-time funding that we kicked out in 2021. It was the municipal operating support transfer that we got from the province. We utilized some of that for our own extraordinary expenses due to the pandemic, but part of the criteria allowed us to utilize it for our community halls, and we sent that out in addition to the grant funding that we do, and that was received very well. And for many of these halls, it was the difference. Well, for all of them, it made a huge difference. For some of them, it was the difference between potentially a real hard decision. So we got lots of good positive feedback for that, and it was very, very important to do. And, that's the partnership that we have with community halls, and working closer with them helps us to sort of understand when some of these things are happening, and we were able to come to council, present that to you, and you guys made the decision, and it was timely. If we would have waited a little bit longer, there might have been some making that hard decision. So it worked. It went over very well. So there was a little bit of, so that sort of gives you a bit of the background. Now we're going to get into maybe some of the areas that we suggest or recommend to tweak if council, is supportive of that. When discussing whether a hall fit the large hall criteria or the small hall criteria, administration sort of used the word capacity because it was sort of some really low-lying fruit that we could grab onto to kind of organize and communicate council's decision to break large into small. And it wasn't just capacity that was presented to council at the time. It was a pretty big set of data that included their user information, included their revenue, included their expenses, included their footprint size, included their amenities, and included everything there was. But like I say, the capacity was low-lying fruit. So when we rolled it all up, we sort of used that to communicate. And hindsight, that wasn't the wisest choice on administration's behalf, but it is what it is. We learned from it, and so we want to move past that. And the challenge that we got was there was definitely a lot of inconsistency in the formal documentation around the capacity relating to the fire code. And we do have our colleagues from fire here if need be, but and I'm not going to speak a lot of into the fire code or any of that. I'm not subject matter expert, but I believe really it boils down, the inconsistencies boil down to typically the fire code assessments were being driven by renovations and construction, and that's why we were seeing such inconsistency from ones that were sort of reviewed in the early 2000s, some that had never been reviewed because the halls had never had renovations or construction, some that were done quite recently because they'd asked for it. So that sort of caused a little bit of challenge for us. And we did have 3 community halls that questioned where they landed in council's queue based on, you know, alternative information about capacity that was sort of dug up. And so, yeah, there's a big difference between your fire code capacity or what you advertise on your website. You know, we found that out pretty fast too, so there's a bit of a learning curve, and that's okay. The majority of the community halls were happy with the current system that we had. They were just really excited to get the consistent funding, to be able to budget for a change, you know, and so that was great feedback. The last round of packages we sent out, we asked for their feedback and we let them know that we'd be doing this review with council. We didn't get any new information at the time from them, so often in this world, we chalk up no news as good news. You know, and as I mentioned, the word capacity is a challenge for us. And so, you know, we'd recommend that we look at a different metric to divide these groups up, should council wish to continue on with that approach. You know, we'll lay out the different options council may choose. Split rate may not be the one, but if we do, we'd like to choose a bit of a different way to sort of divide them without getting, you know, caught up in the fire code stuff. Now, we're not gonna leave that be. We do have a plan to address some of the deficiencies in the fire code stuff, and you get that towards the end of the presentation. So at the time of the policy deliberations, council did implement a split rate that would be favorable as large halls would have large costs and larger events and higher usage than smaller halls. So that was probably the main, you know, point as to the, you know, last time this was debated, the council at the time, why they landed on the split rate in administration's opinion. There's 2 that were sitting around that table at that time. You know, I'd invite them to weigh in if they wish, but there was some decent debate around the flat rate, you know, and we did want to point that out. There is some merits there. There was some discussions there that were valid, and I think, you know, relative. Proportionate didn't win a lot of the day. Certainly isn't winning administration's day. We recommend that be the least considered because of the time and effort it would be for us to scrutinize each thing. The other thing is it positions us away from being a partner and almost promotes the community halls to potentially farm us, in a sense that if we put it based on expenses, well, then we get really creative to hit that next echelon with expenses. Or we've seen some municipalities, they do it on usage. So we gotta have 20 uses, you can hit that other one. Dang, now we're out there, you know, we're maybe sort of inflating our usage or recreating, you know, or trying to get people in there that don't really need the hall. So, you know, I don't wanna we wanna be a partner, we wanna work together. We don't wanna, you know, make them run out there and jump through a bunch of hoops so they can hit another echelon sort of thing. But, you know, we left it on the table because it's certainly council's choice to do whichever. And, you know, certainly administration's perspective is important, but you guys definitely have another one. So if it has to be proportionate, we're not gonna be all that sad, but, you know, we wanted to make sure that you understood what some of those challenges would be for us. So here are the options, you know, that we would hope or would be recommending council consider to give us some advice to move forward. Option 1 would be keep the policy as a split rate, but change the wording of the capacity to square footage or another metric. No budget change from 2021. Option 2 would be change the policy to a flat rate whereby all receive the same funding regardless of size. Although larger halls have a higher operational cost, they are able to hold larger events that bring in more revenue. Administration has allowed for the possibility in 2022 budget for this, with the option for each hall to receive a flat rate as high of 5,000. So you guys might recall in budget, we proposed to increase the budget significantly, and that was a placeholder to allow for this debate to happen and for you to have the funding opportunities for each one of these should you choose. So we've done that. Each one of the options that we're gonna lay out in detail, other than option 5, is funded. So whichever choice council makes, we will not have to do anything, any changes or amendments to the budget. unless you choose option 5. So option 3, keep using the term capacity. If we were to do this, we'd have to inspect all of the community halls. This would almost be unfeasible and potentially could lead to huge burdens in our community if multiple community halls were under multiple renovation projects at once, potentially unavailable to the community or unavailable during certain times. We have budgeted for $50,000 for emergency upgrades for code type work. But the advice that, or the information we're getting would be that might do 3 community halls a year. So it would take a while. Option 4, choose a flat rate or split rate based on, so either option 1 or 2, based on whatever metric council wishes. But we slowly continue with inspections and occupancy load at a planned and metered rate in conjunction with the fire service as well as the community halls. And we maintain that pool until all community halls have been upgraded. So we give you a bit of an idea what that looks like. Roughly 3 a year. We have 16. So take a few years, but we can get there. Obviously, the priorities are varied. Some are would be prioritized as significantly needing upgrades soon. Some of them not so much, and some of them in the middle there. So we think that this option would work. We're recommending or suggesting the priorities be driven mainly by us and by requests from community halls. We don't want to show up. We don't want to be, hey, we're the government, we're here to help you. Nobody likes that. We want them to come to us and say, we need your help, and we should then say, hey, we have a way to do that. Councillor Mahav?
Thank you. So our community halls then, if we aren't doing regular inspections, but they host events, et cetera, are they not privy to the fire information? Like they don't have to hold up their building code and fire code requirements, even though they're hosting events, et cetera, anyway? Doesn't that put us in a little bit of a liability that we're not holding up our own halls to the standards and code practices?
It's been a balance. Yeah, it's been a balance. It's not that those things haven't happened, and when there's significant issues, they get addressed. To require a community hall to have a fire panel in a one-room hall, where if something was literally on fire, everybody in the hall would see it, at a $20,000 expense, may not seem like the most reasonable thing to do. So, I think that there's been a really good balance there over time to not burden these community halls out of business, but to keep them safe. And so it's not that our service is head in the sand, not at all. They've been in these community halls, they've worked with us in the community halls to address specific issues, but they've done it gently so that we're not causing huge issues for communities, especially where they don't necessarily need to, because each community hall is very different. We got ones that have multiple rooms, that have huge capacities, that all of these code type issues would, sprinklers and fire panels definitely make sense there. Then we have the one roomers, where literally there's 3 doors along the side that you can get to, and in 4 steps, that alarm isn't doing anybody good, the sprinklers aren't doing, so that's been sort of what the fire service and ourselves have tried to been wading through when it comes to doing this. It makes it a lot easier when we got to pull the money. When the fire guys go in and say, you're gonna have to make these upgrades, and we go, but we got some money for it. That makes it a whole bunch more palatable. And if we can work that out, so the 3 we do in a year are not both in the central region, one in the north, one in the central, one in the south, that means that we're not restricting our community's access to public facilities. So we can help sort of smooth that out, and we can work with the community halls. Is there any more questions about that?
Can I ask a supplemental?
Supplementary, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe then.
Thank you. With regards to the wording of capacity, that's based on the building of the community hall, the number of exits, the number of floor square footage, et cetera. But how does that work with people, with the halls that have ball diamonds and playgrounds and camping sites where they're gonna have those that need to be upkept, and yet we're only basing this on the building?
Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely confusing in a sense that the fire capacity is not the hall capacity.
Yeah.
It's the maximum limit of the people you can have in there at any time, but most community halls suggest that that's not even comfortable.
No.
You know, and you could look at our meeting rooms, like in our office, there's no way we'd have that many people in there because it's not comfortable. So that's where we get into the confusion where a lot of the community halls then on their website and they say their capacity, because you need to know that when you're booking it, to know, you know, whether your family or the wedding's gonna fit in there. They're not equitable because the community hall board doesn't believe that whatever number is reasonable. You know, they believe that another number is reasonable, and so that sort of adds to the confusion. You know, the outbuildings in the area, of course, adds to the confusion. For the purpose of this document, we're only looking at the community hall itself, recognizing that many of these facilities have alternative recreation functions as well. That's covered under a rec board funding. So if XYZ Community Hall has a ball diamond, this funding isn't necessarily meant to address that. If they wish to put it into it, it's definitely on to them. But we should not consider the outdoor amenities in this discussion because we will fund the outdoor amenities through the rec boards.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, I should say that my comments are based on having 1 foot in Farrier community and 1 foot in the county. Certainly, at the Farrier Hall, we were dreading anyone coming to inspect because we felt we'd be condemned. And when we did pull the building down, there was significant rot and mold in the structure. Just following on with what Councillor Melhoff started, I do believe that there should be a component in this of what the community hall supports, the other infrastructure that's there, that there should be an allowance for an arena, for a playground, for ball diamond, whatever else is there that does take maintenance, because that's the only source of funding the community really has, is the hall revenue. The $2,500 a year for us covered power and insurance. So, you know, we still had to have other funds to cover the rest. And at this point, the rec board funding only covers projects, not maintenance. So I still feel there needs to be some aspect in the funding to community halls for the facilities that they do support. That's all.
Any other questions? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. What is the average expense of the hall? Do we know what the average expense of our community halls is every year?
Yeah, so we do have some information that we can provide related to that. You want to know, so for operational costs, halls over 5,000 tend to have $18,000 to $24,000 worth of operational costs. Sorry, I should qualify this. Anything you get from us from information is 2019 or an average of years before 2019. We're not considering any COVID information in this because it's not comparable. It's not relevant to the future, we hope. And so as of 2019, the halls over 5,000 square feet were $18,000 to $24,000 operational costs. Medium halls between 3,000 and 5,000 square feet had operational costs of $6,100 to $18,000. If we take our one seasonal community hall out of that, then that is actually $8,400 to $18,000. And then small community halls under 3,000 square feet had operational costs of 4,000 to 7,000. So I think if I may add to that, you asked about the expenses. The next question you're going to have is revenue, I would assume. And so I might as well just keep on chugging there.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Smaller halls that are under 3,000 square feet had revenues from 3,000 to 16,000. Yeah, sorry, that was the entire range. Sorry. For large halls, it was average of 32,000, and small halls it was 37,000. I don't think we had them 67. Yeah, 6,700. Yeah, so 32,000 for large halls, 6,700 for small halls, and that divides based on what we showed you, the split rate currently.
Any additional questions? Councillor Cermak.
You figuring on inflation for them for maintenance? I mean, just to keep the lights on and the power going and the heat going. 30% more this year?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we haven't really done that calculation. Inflation is going to be a big issue, and certainly also deferred maintenance over the last 2 years, maybe bigger than inflation. It's easy to defer maintenance when you know you're not going to have anybody coming in. Now, everybody's scrambling to get organized. So both those costs together they're gonna be there. 30%. It's not a huge number. I don't think at all. It's not out of the ballpark. 1/3 higher costs. I don't think anybody on a farm or a household's gonna be surprised to see that, and certainly community halls either. Sure, rental fees might go up, for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna have to, but I'm sure that my power and natural gas at my house and farmstead went up probably between 30 and 50%.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I might share, if there's no other questions right at the moment, that the feedback I've had is this program, this policy has been an absolute godsend over the last 2 years. Community centers have really struggled with keeping their doors open, and those fixed costs that you have no opportunity to fundraise, to create an event. You're just handcuffed into paying those bills as they come in every month and hoping something doesn't blow up in the meantime. So the feedback I've got, definitely very positive with this program, and it has a need. I'll just kind of show some of my cards here. I'm supportive of having that split rate as well, but I think there needs to be some opportunity for those community centers that are in the lower of those two rates to be able to have a needs assessment that could perhaps adjust that rate slightly. I'm talking about adjusting the rate up without forcing the other community centers that are, can fit that amount of money into their capital projects or their operational costs, and that's what they need and are content with that, and others that believe that they have bigger plans or better operate or more, a greater need, some form of needs assessment. And I know that creates another level of red tape, but it might also create another level of fairness in the process too. So just my thoughts for now.
Great, well, chugging along in the presentation. So just to sort of wrap up option 4, which is, council's choice of either a flat rate or split rate, but including a emergency inspection and upgrade pool of money for those that have fire code type work to do. That would be option 4. We budgeted for that. So that is in budget if council wants to sort of bolt that program onto any option we do moving forward. Option 5, back to the drawing board, bring you something else. You don't like any of this. That's obviously it's obviously always council option. If we would have seen something viable out there, we would have brought it as option 5. So we'd recommend against this. We think the best options are in front of you. But certainly not unwilling to go get after something else if need be, or look into something else if council had. Or, I mean, certainly tweaking any of the options that we've provided you. Split rate by hall size. There's some different ways we could go there. So right now we're using the 2 split rates based on the sort of metrics that we presented to the last council. Could go 3 if that better, you know, if that better allows for addressing sort of some of those differences, but keeping in the nature of the consistent funding. Does sort of allow the original intent of the policy to remain intact, but make it a little more flexible. You know, option 2, flat rate. It's definitely the easiest option from an administration's perspective, and in our opinion, the least politically upsetting for the community if they don't land here or there. You know, someone's always gonna be bigger or smaller. Someone's always think they're gonna maybe should be in a different class than what they are. You're always gonna be able to make a valid effort. You know, there's never a clear cut black and white. I mean, I'm doing this long enough to know that I'm not gonna hope for any of that at this point in my career. So I really do think that this would be the easiest option from an equity standpoint, an easiest option for administration to administer. Here's what it looks like. We budgeted for all of these scenarios. So $5,000 was what the top, the large halls were getting under the old policy. 2,500 was what? So we did budget for potential that all include 5,000, but we didn't budget for the potential for more. Certainly council's option. Have to go into the budget and make an adjustment if you wanted that. But these options that we're giving you right now are all in budget and be ready to implement.
So with this model, there would still be the onus on that individual community hall to come up with a capital plan and have that feedback that this is how we're going to use these funds?
Yeah.
So that even if you were a smaller, less used hall, that hopefully that would become into a larger, more used hall through this process.
That's right. Yep, for sure. And we would keep the same process for application and scrutiny. They would have the same criteria on how to use it. What we would hope is that some of the small halls, if they were given a little more money, could shift from maintaining to expanding or increasing. Maybe they could, like Councillor Ratcliffe suggests, direct some of that funding into, instead of maintaining the structure, you know, they would get ahead of that and maybe they could build a new ball diamond or open up a bit of a dog park for their community, or partner with the county on some MR land that's in their area to do a picnic area, whatever it might be. But that sort of extra amount to the small halls, we believe could be used to sort of take them from existing to thriving. Any more questions about option 2 before I chug along? Option 3, as discussed, sort of the current status quo, but upgrade all the capacity code stuff. As I mentioned, it would be ruffle some feathers, cost some money, and potentially limit our community from having access to some of these facilities for a little while. Option 4, you know, kind of not using the capacity as a qualifying term, but to keep the budget for certificate inspection recommendations. We do recommend this option. We think this sort of is a nice way to sort of address Councillor Melhaff's concern that, you know, there's a reason why those fire codes are in place and there's a reason why those inspections need to be done. And if we can get sort of everybody caught up and then put in place maybe a consistent time to do this ongoing, and so that there isn't a one-time burden like this in the future. That would be sort of the ideal outcome when it comes to this sort of area. And then, as I mentioned, the option 5, back to the drawing board. Once options are considered and sort of, get a bit of information from council here, we plan on bringing this back, putting this information down to paper, and then council will debate an actual policy at the next time we bring this back, discuss an actual policy for approval or amendment. So our recommendations are that we move away from the capacity, as I've said. It's sort of a word that means too much to too many people. It doesn't serve us any purpose in that we just need some way to divide these halls. If we're doing a split rate, square footage is fine. We recommend that either a flat rate is adopted regardless of hall size, or a split rate is maintained using the term other than capacity. Regardless of which of these two options, administration will also recommend that we're empowered to put in a process to address the code and occupancy issues over a extended period of time, and that we would utilize the $50,000 we'd budgeted this year and in future years to do that. Be a different process. We'd recommend it would come back as likely a separate policy with a separate way to access it, because it'd be a one-time for one community hall and then we're on to the next one. It wouldn't be the consistent program that we're suggesting with a flat split or proportionate funding. Councillor Malhoff?
Thank you. I really like option 4 because I think that it's important, and I think we're remiss if we are not looking into making sure that we're keeping our people as safe as we possibly can. What is, and this may or may not be something you can answer, they're underneath our RMA insurance, correct? What is that cost? I know it'll vary per community hall, but do we have any idea of what 18 halls insurance costs?
Thank you, Reeve. They are what is known as another named insured. So they're not directly covered under our policy. They're almost like an adjunct to our policy. So our pricing extends to them. They pay for those costs. The county does not. And it varies hall by hall as well. Rhonda may have some additional information on that.
And if I might add, it's my understanding that that is the liability end of the insurance. The actual property, contents and stuff like that tend to be insured by the individual community center. They pay an amount based on whatever they believe their facility is.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the specific dollar amount per hall lately, but they all do pay, it does cost the same for each hall for the liability insurance. And Clearwater County does cover the cost for that. The property insurance is what is optional, and that varies from hall to hall depending on what their contents are, how big their building is, how new it is, and how they want it insured. They're also offered other types of insurance like crime and bond and whatever options Clearwater County has on their policy.
Thank you. Knowing that we're already helping to cover some of that insurance answers that question, because part of me was like, hey, I really like option 4 and I really like option 2 that you've presented, so that we can maybe look at some of these smaller halls coming up in some, and because these bigger halls already have a fairly good revenue rate, they may not need the full 5, so if we find somewhere in the middle that might work for them all, and then add in us covering insurance, but we already are, so that won't be something that I would need to add on. Those are the two that I personally really like, is looking at option 2, because it also takes some of the onus off of staff administratively. If they don't have to do several different hall rates, if they're all the same rate, does that make it easier on staff time and stuff as well? Yeah? Okay. Thank you.
I just want to clarify that it's just the liability insurance that Clearwater County covers, not the property insurance, the hall is billed, like it comes on our policy and then we bill each hall for their portion of the property insurance.
And then that way they decide what their contents are worth on their own. You know, each hall is different, but that is still a indirect benefit to the hall because our rate and product is stronger than what you would get going on your own, just because of our pooled buying power. And maybe Rhonda sort of has a comment about that in relation to regular insurance that you would get from whatever private installation.
Yeah, I agree with Matt. It's about 50% of the cost of what they would, if they walked into a private insurance company, they pay about 50%. The other thing is that they are on our policy and we absorb the risk if they have a claim, right? So, and by we, I mean the Jubilee or what RMA insurance or whatever it's called right now, takes on that risk. So the fact that we have 30 additional named insured on our policy, you know, that's a lot of organizations that that Clearwater County is taking the risk for insuring that liability, especially as litigation concerns grow from year to year. So just another consideration.
Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you. I think that really speaks to even more need for the option 4 to ensure that we have that, so that we are making sure that we are protecting people and giving them those, so that we know, hey, this hall doesn't have the push door, you know, we're giving them those options, especially if we're the ones absorbing some of that liability.
And Councillor Graham, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve Waheed. This is an important conversation for me. I've been in 90% of these halls through 4-H, through funerals, weddings. I worked in one summer. It's a tough one because I don't want to make anyone upset, but we have to do what's best for everyone, kind of. I think I would agree with Councillor Malhoff. I'm leaning towards option 4. I'd like to keep it at a split rate though, because no, I don't want to make more work for you guys, sorry, but just for me to pay almost 100% of the costs for the smaller halls, but then such a small amount for the larger halls. They have more income, but they have more fees, obviously, too. So I kind of like the split rate personally, and I think it's nice to have that extra budget there for emergent issues, and obviously the safety needs to be a priority. So I would agree with Councillor Malhoff on option 4.
And Councillor Swanson.
Great comments. I guess as part of being a part of a hall board and going through this process, I have to admit it's a fairly easy process to go through. It is an onerous on the hall boards to apply for this particular funding, in my opinion. I guess for me, I am having that extra added benefit of the board liability that we do compensate. The whole idea around bringing this policy forth too was about ensuring that we continue to build a community around those community halls. That was really the whole intent. And so this was a really much needed funding in order for those smaller communities to, because when you go back to the 50s and 60s, that's where everybody congregated. It was for those family dances. It was for those corn harvests and things like that. And we've grown away from that as smaller communities to these larger communities. And then COVID said, can't gather anymore. So we're actually, to me, going back to these smaller halls, back to these smaller community gatherings. So although I see where you guys are, yes, we do, I agree with number 4, but to me, it's like those have to be in place anyways in order to qualify. And like you mentioned, Matt, that, you know, we're gently telling these halls, yes, you don't need that fire panel in a one-room hall. So not to make it onerous, but I'm leaning towards a flat fee, and then, yes, go accordingly as far as any fire code or any building code. And nobody knows, but I'll disclose it here, I am part of the Frisco Hall, which is a log structure from 1936. And our insurance is, if it burns, it burns. There's no way you can replace something like that. It's not worth the extra insurance dollars to replace. So anyways, but we enjoy the hall to as much as we can for capacity, so.
Thank you for that. I guess the comment I would make here is, as you outlined the number of options that are out there and the challenges we face in all this, I kind of like the idea of simplicity, and that flat rate certainly does create simplicity. I am absolutely confident, having worked with 13 other community halls over the years, that they will find a good value way to use that extra $2,500. I'm absolutely convinced of that. And ultimately, we're looking at another $4 per capita. That's a very small investment in a community or in our larger community that I think would be well spent at this time. I think that's really the heart, the fabric of our region is our small communities. That's what we take pride in. And the supports in place for that, I think, pay us back in so many ways that aren't just dollars and cents. So my comment for the moment. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I have to agree with Councillor Swanson and Lougheed that having a flat rate to all halls, obviously from the income numbers that you shared with us, the larger halls are well suited to that their revenues are covering their costs plus, where the smaller ones, it doesn't. So a flat rate of 5,000 would keep those smaller halls more viable. And then we wouldn't the issue of the facilities or amenities that the small halls are supporting kind of becomes moot. Thank you.
And I guess a question I would have, this policy already has integral to it a renewal or a review process moving forward, or was it just the first time frame that we try for a couple years and then create a review? And just seeing, is there the opportunity if we switch to a different model for funding that in a couple years we would review and see how effective that's been when we perhaps are in a little bit more normal state of
Yeah, I would agree. You know, typically the first time a policy is sort of changed significantly, there's a built-in renewal time. I'm hearing and agreeing that we should rebuild another renewal into this one, maybe not 2 years, maybe 3. But we will do that. You'll see us do that when we bring a policy back, because I agree, COVID, but also let's have a look at some of these numbers again. You know, and see if what we're doing is meeting what we're trying to do. Because I think, you know, what I haven't heard anybody say is, you know, these organizations aren't all that important. What I've heard almost everybody say is these organizations are really important. And so I think getting it right is important, and having a look at it next 2 to 3 years after we make a change here. Doesn't sound like it's gonna be a significant change, but you know, specifically, how is that sort of emergency pool option 4? If we end up going with that, how is it working? Where are we progressing? So I agree with the Reeve, and when you see us bring a draft policy back, it will have a built-in renewal date.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, and I agree 100%. Like, this is the way we can show our community that we actually are impacting them on a micro level. Like, they actually, when people tell us they don't have the value for their tax dollars, and we have to explain to them that it's 92% industry and 8%, this is a way to show them what their 8% might actually be doing. So I think that and our communities, like Councillor Swanson said, are becoming, like, they're at the heart of our community. So it's important for us to reinvest into those. When you do bring back the options, is it possible for you to bring back some of the imminent upgrades like that some of these halls are requiring. Unlike Councillor Graham, I haven't been in every single one of them. So to have a little bit of idea of how some of these are sitting, for me might be helpful. I don't know if it would be helpful for everybody else, but I know that it'd be helpful for me.
Yeah, we have a priority list going. We didn't bring it with us, but we could certainly include it in the next presentation for your sort of information at what that emergency pool would get us or do for us, or how it would be used as a solution here. So, yeah, we're not gonna, we're not going to the engineers or architects to get anything like that done, but we know in conjunction with our colleagues there, we sort of have an idea what needs to be done in the highest priority halls and roughly what that could cost. So, yeah, we'll definitely include that for sort of context sake, as long as, I think council sort of understands that ultimately it's likely going to be sort of an administration working with the community halls to set priorities within that pool. And I use the example, the worst thing we could do is have 3 community halls from one region closed at once. So, we would make sure that doesn't happen. Even if we had 2 in one region that really wanted to go in 1 year, we would sort of make the decision that whoever was in need the most would go this year, just to smooth that out. And we don't want to burden our partners in fire either, as far as, this isn't just a one-time, let's do a Zoom and we're done here. They're going to be working with these folks closely, because these folks aren't going to have the resources to get themselves the best fire consultant in Alberta to chalk this up for them. They're going to rely on the subject matter expertise of our folks back there. And so it'll be a few meetings a year and they'll have to stop by and hold some hands. And so they got a lot of other important stuff to do in this community, so we don't want to burden them. So yeah, we'll do that, and we'll get you a bit of a idea what that looks like.
Okay, additional question?
I'm prepared to make a motion if we're ready to entertain a motion.
I guess, yeah, we can. I think we were looking just for some feedback, but is there a specific
I assumed you needed a
motion that you would need to be able to go down a pathway?
I mean, we don't need a motion. If you wish to accept this as information, I think we got a bit of an idea on consensus here for sure. Now, if you just sort of, what we're hearing, or maybe Annie will summarize what she's kept track of here.
Sure.
Well, actually, I was going to say, so what I'm hearing is that we're looking at either a flat rate or the split rate with the emergency pool in place for upgrading the occupancy load certificates. If we are going on the split rate, and we're not using the word capacity, we do need direction of what you would want that split rate to be based on. If we're going square footage, if we're going operational costs, if we're going, that is a very, very important piece of direction that we will be needing. And, if what that might look like if we're going on square footage, it might change if a hall puts on an extension. If we go on operational costs, that could change from year to year. It's a very fluid metric. Well, operational cost is, size isn't so much, but direction there would be, it's imperative for us to move forward when we bring you back a draft policy.
Okay, I'm not sure whether Councillor Cermak or yourself, Councillor Graham, were first.
So where motion's not
I'll
needed?
go with ladies first then.
Motion's not needed?
Thank you, Wahid. It's from the sounds of the table here, I'm the only one that wants a split rate, which I'm totally fine with the flat rate. We can give the small halls more money. That's fine by me. So I don't know if everyone agrees. I don't know if the split rate is necessary to look at.
And Councillor Cermak, and then I'm not sure if you still wanted to make a motion, but.
I like option 4, but then I'd like to go back to where you have the large halls at 5,000 and maybe increase the small halls to 3,500.
So to maintain the split rate.
Yes.
And then we need to define how we're defining large and small halls. And that's
In this one here, how did you define it?
At the moment, we went on advertising capacity, which is where we got into trouble because halls were looking at their occupancy load capacity and it was different to their advertising event capacity. And so this is why we're coming into this confusion with the term capacity. We can't use the event funding capacity, event capacity, because it's subjective. And the official capacity is just going to take too long to get through all these certificates to get that sorted. So we have to take capacity off the table and find another metric that we can use.
So we do have some options for square feet metrics. And so when I talk square feet, that's our measurement, and that's outside. So, you know, it's, if you want to sort of argue that that's not the way that you would measure square feet in a traditional building, that's fair. It's all consistent, done by the same person, same method. So we feel there's consistency for this discussion's sake. And what we have is, we have 5 halls over 5,000 square feet. We have 5 halls between 3,000 and 5,000 square feet. We have 8 halls under 3,000 square feet. So those are some potential areas that you could make a line in the sand. I mean, that's what you gotta do. You know, if we wanna do a split rate, we'd recommend it's square footage, and we'd recommend you draw it someplace between over 5 and under 3. Or if you wanna have a three split rate at 3,000, you know, that would include more halls in the large hall category this time around than last time. So it would, you know, included in the large hall, if we split at 3, would now be Hardendale, Farriers, New Hall, Nordegg, Buster Creek, and Arbutus. So, you know, which would be adding, you know, those 5 now into the large capacity. They would now get a larger funding, and then under 3 would potentially be Glendale, Gimlet, Alhambra, Frisco, Cram, Bingley, Butte, and Aurora.
Just to throw another thing in here, Buster Creek is a seasonal hall. So though for size-wise it does fit into that square footage between 3 and 5, it's not open in the winter. So therefore, its operational costs are less. So, you know, when we start dividing and making these splits, there are things to consider that will probably come back to us.
You'll never find a perfect split there, and we've tried in our office because we wanted to bring you the perfect option.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're still looking. So there is going to be, no matter where you draw that split, there's going to be a challenge someplace. Someone's going to say, yeah, but, and we'll just have to be acceptable here that if we choose that route, the explanation is the same, and that we choose something that's not sort of out of our control, like the capacity. You know, that got away from us, and then, you know, and we ended up wearing it on a very minor sort of basis with a couple community halls. But generally speaking, as the Reeve mentioned and as we mentioned, you know, this program was very well sort of, but anytime anybody feels like they're not getting what's theirs, they're gonna be upset, you know, and it doesn't mean they're looking a gift horse in the mouth. You know, it just means that they felt that they weren't classed right, or that they weren't sort of, the line wasn't drawn in the right spot. So that's why we are recommending a flat rate, for that reason. But certainly, you know, we're built to say no and why here. It's whether council wants to have those discussions out in the community or not.
So the flat rate would be 5,000?
Flat rate could be anywhere between.
To 4.
We're recommending that the flat rate be between 2,500 and 5. I mean, council can make it whatever they want. We've budgeted up to 5. The top dollar right now paid to the large community halls is 5. So if you didn't want to hand a reduction to community halls, you'd pick 5. If you didn't mind doing that, you pick whatever you wanted under it. If if you wanted to make a budget amendment, you could pay more, but we did not budget for more than 5.
I think I might comment here that, like what we as a council look for, sustainable, predictable funding from other levels of government, I think that's what our communities are looking for here, something that is predictable, something that isn't tied to something terribly arbitrary, which I can imagine if we tied it to square footage, there could be a whole rash of additions being put up almost immediately in order to meet the criteria for the next increment. And so we want to make sure we're we're really trying to get, I think what we're wanting to do is create something that isn't full of red tape, doesn't create a whole lot of time for administration to have to police or go out yearly and see if they've shrunk or got bigger, or but really gets that money out there and working for our communities. And this might be this, a single flat rate might be the least headaches of all of it. It's equally fair and unfair all at the same time, and that's maybe the true measure of what's fair. So, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Again, are we looking for a motion on this, or are we not looking for a motion? Because I think willing to do that.
I'm looking to staff whether they need a motion to go ahead for their next steps, or you just need a bit more itemization or a little bit more decision around one of the solutions.
If you're gonna make a split rate motion, you need to move the metric. You want square footage or whatever. Now, if you don't make a motion, we can bring back what I'm not hearing is anybody wants proportionate. That's great, warms my heart. We hated that option. So if you want, we could bring you back a split and a flat for you to reconsider, or you can make a motion right now that suggests us to head after a flat rate or a split rate and, save all the time. It's really up to you.
I'm comfortable in making the motion for option 4 and bringing back with the rider of option 2, and we can debate what that number is when you bring it back the policy.
Debate what the flat rate number would be.
You can bring the policy back and we can debate that number when you bring it back. I'm prepared to make that motion.
I'm seeing some nods around. Councillor Northcott?
Yeah,
No?
Yeah, I do have comment.
Okay.
I'm not really quite sure which rate I like here or which option to go with. I might even go with option 5 because I don't know the current condition of a lot of the halls, right? So I would hate to pick one of these options, and that could be maybe the death of a hall in the future or something like that. I don't know what the condition of some of the halls are, right? I mean, some might be in a condition of 9.8, they're in really good shape, right? And other ones might be in a 4.6 and need maybe some renovations, repairs, I don't know, right? So it would be nice to see maybe a little bit of, I don't know if there's any.
And I would ask, I don't know if we have any in-depth assessments of, there might be individual halls that have forwarded that kind of information, but I'm just suggesting it from my experience in the past. It might be difficult to get all your community centers to come up with a long range or 10-year plan even of what they expect to see. They're usually, out there baking cookies and shoveling sidewalks in order to keep the place open.
We don't have that detailed information regarding the status of their current buildings and key components of those buildings. Some of them have it, some of them don't. Some of them would be just as interested in seeing that information as us, because it's just not something they have the resources to do, to sort of hire a building inspector to do that thorough of an assessment. But what I can say from our experience working with them for the last few years is we'll have the gamut. We'll have everything from that 9.1 out of 10, with, meaning pretty well up on top of their infrastructure, very little maintenance ever deferred. And then we'll have the ones that are just about ready to go. And, we have had 2 recently go. So Oris Community Hall, Timey Community Hall have went defunct in the last 20 years. We're cleaning up a lot of burden along with them. County just doesn't walk away when these go. Whether we own the land or not, the community expects us to deal with that land. And when it's been an orphan title, it costs us a lot of legal to get it back. And so we're going through that right now. So we'd recommend a strategy that doesn't let them die out of sight, because it just ends up costing the county quite a bit down the line. So regardless of what you do, we recommend you do something that keeps us in the mix meaning we keep getting their financials so we know long before they lose their society status and orphan their titles that we can intervene and stabilize them or get a handle on their especially land assets so that it doesn't become an orphan property which the community ends up looking to us to maintain or get back.
For me, one of the safeguards is to have that check where we're checking to make sure these funds are being used for the community's benefit and having some feedback in that loop. I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'd like to try and answer Councillor Northcott's question. And I think the situation that was in Ferrier is very similar to the smaller halls. And probably the Ferrier building was newer than a lot of the smaller halls that were old schoolhouses. But when I first got involved, everything was old. The tractor that we used for mowing the grass was haywired together any number of times, and only one guy knew how to run it, and he's approaching 90. Everything needed repairs, and there was no money set aside. There was nothing to do it. So, like, basically a desperate situation of do you put the work into it to try and raise the funds and get the community to work together, or do you walk away? Hope that gives a reasonable picture.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I know too with the smaller hall, we used to have our 4-H meetings at Butte Hall, and I believe we got free rent. Annie would probably know better than me. And so in the summer, we would get little projects. Like I think we put the little thing lean-to off of it one summer, and like so with the smaller ones, like the little clubs can kind of help. But a question for you guys, which is you're not going to like me for it probably, is it a possibility to keep the split rates and then have that extra amount of money set aside that we could kind of use as a grant so the halls that need it can apply and get like a larger sum of money?
Yeah, that would be closer to what we did before, and they didn't like that in a sense that it favored groups that were better at writing grants and had more volunteers. And when you're doing things on a case by case like that, you make them jump a lot of hoops with 3 quotes for materials and so on and so forth. So the answer is yes, we could do it. It does take a step back towards where we were in sort of funding capital on a one-off basis. And, you know, it also sort of, what we heard was they'd rather less money more consistently than more money intermittently, because you can't really plan for that. You can't budget for it. You can't use it to match grants and things. But to answer the question, we can do it. And I mean, if that's the direction, you know, that we think we want to go now, that's totally fine by us. The decision here isn't, you know, what's most convenient for us at all. We appreciate that you considering that. But, you know, ultimately what's best for the community, I think, is the way we should go. And you know, if that's it, we could go that direction. But from what we're seeing, and we do have that more on an emergency basis. We've always had a pool of money for a furnace. There's no application for that. They come in as a delegation and say, our furnace is done. And so we do have that. No one's used it, but that's not all that uncommon. We would typically in these 16 halls not see really a big disaster more than once every 5 years, you know, in the past. So we definitely do have an emergency infrastructure fund, have had it for the last few years, and then, you know, we have the consistent funding.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Option 4 with option 2, I think it really does cover all of the things that we are looking for, like the emergency side of it being with option 4, where we're doing a few hauls a year to make sure that we're keeping track, making sure we're putting in that safety features. If we even go with the, even if we were to go with the highest flat rate and the 50,000 in emergency funding, that's still under $8,000 per community. That's still a really good bang for our buck. So again, I am prepared to make the motion for that we task, and you know what, I'm going to. I move that we task administration to draft a policy surrounding option 4 with an option 2 associated with it, and come back and we can debate what that flat rate looks like at that time.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So I hope that gives you enough to go forward with and do the next steps, and we look forward to you coming back and with all the good news of how we can support our communities moving forward.
No, it's perfect. Thank you for the great discussion, and we appreciate that direction. We'll be back soon with a policy to present to you.
Thank you. All right, so that brings us down to item 11. 11.1, that's the Wildland Urban Interface Program 2022. And I see we've been joined by Christine, and I wave back to Deputy Chief back in the background there, but look forward to what you have to present to us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Reeve Lougheed, members of council. The agenda item before you is a program, the Wildland Urban Interface Program, which Clearwater County has been operating since August of 2019. So just a little bit of background for current council. We were successful in 2019 in securing a grant for $580,000 to be one of 2 municipal fire departments selected to build that Wildland Urban Interface team within the province. At that time, it was funded from provincial dollars, which were granted to the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association. And the WUI program, the intentions behind the program, which remain the same, were to expand training opportunities for municipal fire departments, therefore increasing that municipal capacity for those Wildland Urban Interface fires, and building a team of specialists to respond to structure protection needs within a wildfire at the local level, the municipal level, as well. Those are deployable to other communities within the province if needed. The WUI firefighters that we have currently are trained and available to respond to events within the province. We've also seen over the last couple of years, there's been instances where they've been deployed interprovincially as well through different interprovincial agreements. The initial grant that we received concluded in January of 2021. That was an 18-month grant for the initial grant. That received a minor extension for unexpended funds for a couple of months to bridge us into March of 31st of 2021. And then Clearwater County was asked to reapply for another grant to extend the program for 1 more year. There's a variety of different reasons to try and extend that pilot at the time. One included COVID and the inability to go interprovincially to different municipal fire services and provide the training that we were intending to in terms of Wildland Urban Interface capacity building at the municipal level. And 2, the intent of the program is for it to be continued on as long as possible to enhance that capacity within the province. So back in March of 2021, we also applied for another grant from the province. We received another $458,000, and that extended that 4-person Wildland Urban Interface team for another year's time. So as council will recall from 2022 budget approvals, the budget line for the Wildland Urban Interface program ceases at the end of March, so it was a 3 months into the 2022 year. We did get late notice in February, so well after our council has done our municipal budget planning process, which has been typical of this process in the 3 instances I've been part of it, because the province budgets on a different cycle than municipalities. So we budget on the calendar year, and their fiscal year ends at the end of March. So for 2022, there's been some changing within the provincial departments. We're working with municipal affairs through the Alberta Emergency Management Agency. They've taken over the grant application process for the WUI teams. And in partnership with Ag and Forestry and the Wildfire Management Branch, they've kind of developed their own shared funding model for an oversight for the program. So kind of removing it from the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association, I think just for ease, and bringing that into the provincial to municipal realm. And as they were looking to their fiscal year end, there was some indication that there was funding available within their current fiscal year, and then they were planning into their 2022 fiscal year, which starts in April. And on very short notice, asked the two municipalities that received the original grants to apply for another grant amount through the Alberta Community Partnership funding, their Strategic Initiatives Grant, which is how they could administer that through municipal affairs, and with 1 day turnaround. So we managed that grant application very quickly in late February. And they were very impressed at the province that, oh, municipalities can turn a grant application around that quickly. And we said, of course we can. But all of the ACP grants require council endorsement in order to proceed. So although we've submitted it, it can't be considered and approved until council gives their endorsement. So this was the first meeting we could get it to council for consideration. We did apply for $1.5 million. We're not 100% sure if it's going to be a full $1.5 million grant. They said apply for that amount for a 3-year period. We may decide just to extend the program 1 more year. We might give you 2 years, we might give you 3 years, depends on how much money we've got left and what we can get in the next year for the province. And in terms of administrative recommendations, the WUI program continues to bring benefits locally within our regional fire service, including employment opportunities. It is 4 full-time term employment contracts that we've held since 2019. They get included with some high-quality training. They provide high-quality training to our own fire department as well as other departments around the province. We gain extensive experience in terms of the wildland urban interface. And the benefit of having them housed within our service is that we also have that enhanced capacity while they're not deployed. So we have them working, although they're working on curriculum building and finishing program development for the province's program that they'll roll out and do some offsite training. While they're here, if there was something that we required the extra 4 bodies to either respond to a call or a wildland urban interface fire, we're kind of set up for success. We've got a team with the equipment and skill set here to get that process started at the local level. Again, the administrative recommendation is that council approve and support the application for the ACP Strategic Initiatives Grant for the Wildland Urban Interface Team and Program Continuation. Again, that grant is $1.5 million for a 3-year program. We might receive less than that, but the endorsement is just for the application itself. And I'll entertain any questions if council so wishes.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Now, is that 1.5 separated out over 3 years? Like, is that how it's explained, or is it 1.5 every year for those 3 years?
Yes, correct. It's 1.5 over 3 years.
Okay.
So it would be
So when we
$500,000
okay.
a year, essentially.
Yeah, because that matches then roughly what it costs
Close
us to do that, close to what they've had, but what you've had before, and then
Correct.
wouldn't be changing our service level by giving us an extra $1 million a year,
Yeah, it would-
essentially.
unless they could let us have another 8 people, it would be hard to spend that in the year time frame as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. Thank you.
No problem.
Any additional questions? I would be looking for a motion somewhere around staff's recommendation then. Councillor Cermak?
I would make that recommendation,
Okay.
that motion.
Okay, any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
And I hope to be back before you in the next meeting with an approval and then a corresponding operating amendment, because those are operational dollars. So would require a budget adjustment before we can proceed.
Okay, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a lot. I'm
No,
just looking
absolutely.
towards
Yes,
my.
go ahead.
Okay. The old one ended March 1st, yes, or does it end
31st.
April? 31st. Okay, so
Yes.
still, I'm like, what has happened to our staff that
Yes,
get
it
them
is
back,
a
but
challenge,
it's
and this is not
31st.
the first time they've experienced that, where their contract ended, and then, 3 days later, we get, oh, yes, you can use unexpended grant to continue, and, we had them another 2 months, and then we said, oh, and now we have another year contract, and, that is tough on staff. At
Yeah.
least with this one, there's hope that we might get a confirmation before the end of March, but certainly nothing is guaranteed at this point until they review the grant application and give us that approval.
Yeah, giving them some solid.
Certainty would be nice.
So, yeah, absolutely.
absolutely.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm hoping to have that in advance of April, but we'll see.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That's great. Maybe we'll take a 10-minute break here right now, and then We'll likely be moving into closed session when we come back. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We will be looking for a motion to go into closed session for item 12. So looking for that motion. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Great, welcome back from our closed session. There will be no motions coming out of closed session. Brings us to the end of our agenda for the day, item 13. I would be looking for a motion for adjournment. Deputy Reeve Northcott. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.